Morning, Monica. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Please be seated. All right. For the record, we are on day 3 of the trial in the Lafferty versus Jones related matters. If counsel could please identify themselves for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Chris Maddy on behalf of the plaintiffs, joined by Eleanor Sterling and Josh Koskoff.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Judge Norm Pattis on behalf of the defendants. And I've got Jonathan Bruce here with me today, who's not counsel but a paralegal.
Good morning. All right, so we do have the jury. They were here nice and early. We already brought them down. We could get started, or we could, I know we had planned on dealing with the FSSPQPR issue. I'm just wondering if we need to do that now, or if we could let them go later for a break and then come back early from the break ourselves. Do you know what I mean?
I think we can do that later.
Do you agree, Attorney Pattis?
I do.
Okay, I mean, this way they can have a longer morning break maybe, and we can have a little bit shorter or something along those lines. Does that work?
Yes.
And then, Attorney Maddy, one thing I did want to ask you before I forget. I didn't see the amended complaint, right?
We have not yet filed.
Okay, I just thought I missed it. All right. When will that get filed, do you think?
Your Honor, when we left yesterday, we were discussing the email that I was going to be offering between Robert Heath and Adon Salazar. Counsel raised the objection that he would like an instruction that it's not being offered for the truth. We are offering it for the purpose of showing notice to Free Speech Systems as to Mr. Halbig, showing the effect on the list.
Yeah, do you have agreed upon language?
We don't have agreed upon language.
We agree on everything but notice. In my view, the impact on the listener, what the listener did in response is permissible. Notice gives it more credit than a hearsay document is worth.
And just to give the court a sense of the email, what we're talking about here is shortly after they have Halbig on for the first time, somebody emails Adon Salazar, says, have you written into Halbig's credentials? He says, what do you mean? It seems like this guy has credentials out the wazoo.
When you say he says, just...
Salazar, the Infowars employee. It looks like he has credentials out the wazoo. Your information is far too vague to follow up on. The gentleman then sends a response email with a lengthy description of all of the concerns he has about Halbig's credibility. And I would say this notice issue is important because notice is an exception to the hearsay rule. And so if a statement is made putting a party on notice of an issue and we can show that the party received it, that would be outside the hearsay rule anyway. So that's the email. And if you'd like, Your Honor, I can have Mr. Chaudhry pull it up for you.
So tell me what you're proposing that I say, and what exception am I looking at?
I think if, number one, Your Honor, if you find that this communication to...
Why don't we pull it up if you don't mind?
Sure. Do you have the exhibit?
And then direct me to the code section.
116.
Senator E3, where am I looking for the exception? Come on, do we have, sorry, so we have Wi-Fi as well. Thank you.
116. Yeah, you can bring it up for everybody. It's okay.
It's not a party bonus. No, it's not. It's not an exception.
No.
What you're doing is that you're offering it. You're not offering it for the truth. You're offering it for notice. That's what I meant.
So, Your Honor, I think,
Oh, thanks.
I'm sorry. Yeah, the exhibit's up there. This is Exhibit 116. Why don't you start at the bottom?
Yeah, there it is.
All right. Go ahead.
And when you're ready, Your Honor, I can give you the site.
Yes.
Okay, so this is from Jenkins versus Reichert, 125 Con 258, pin site 264. Notice is a long recognized non-hearsay purpose in Connecticut. More than 80 years ago, this court observed admission of testimony of a witness that the day before the accident he had told the foreman that the stone should be removed before someone was injured was not hearsay and was admissible as tending to impute to the defendant's notice of the situation and its potential dangers. Here, obviously, it's exactly the same thing, except we're not talking about a rock. We're talking about Mr. Halbert.
It's altogether different, Judge. A rock was material in the Jenkins case to the accident, and whether the person had notice previous to the accident that was being litigated was the issue. There is no hearsay code exception in Connecticut that says notice is an exception to the hearsay rule. If that were the case, anything that anyone said that placed somebody on notice of anything potentially could come in for substantive purposes. My view is the plaintiffs overreach here. They can get everything they want without the notice language, because what they can say is you were provided information, it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, and you did nothing. You blew it off. And without the danger of bolstering that they were provided notices of facts that are reliable. I remind the court that each and every of the 23 exceptions that we have to hearsay in Connecticut are resound.
That's why I couldn't find it. But
Yeah,
so
they resound in a finding of reasonableness, and there
So
isn't
your
one.
proposal is that it be offered for the impact on the listener, and the listener here is Mr. Salazar?
Or even the company in general. I'm simply objecting to notices unnecessarily bolstering.
All right, so I can tell the jury, so I understand the position. I don't read it quite that way, but I'll instruct the jury that it's offered for and should be considered only for the impact on the listener of free speech, Mr. Salazar and free speech systems.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Any other housekeeping matters?
Yeah, maybe we approach briefly.
On the seats, yes, so
we bring 5 people in.
just tell Ron
Okay.
how many, 5 that you need and whatever seats you need for your clients and staff. Just make sure you tell Ron, okay? And he'll take care of that with Marshall. Something else. I can't remember. It's all right, it'll come to me. All right, so I think we're ready for the panel then?
Yes, Your Honor. I know the tech people gave me to try to get this TV turned on. So,
Okay, our technical, or Mr.
yes.
Okay, that's not a problem.
Just for the records, so is 116 now a full exhibit?
We have to do it, I think, when the jury comes out.
Okay.
Where's Chris?
Oh, good. That was quick.
Yeah.
May I speak to Attorney Sterling while the jury comes
Certainly
out?
no.
Not now.
Guess not.
Good morning. Welcome back. Good morning. Welcome. Good morning. Good morning. Hello. Good morning. Thank you, sir, for that. Very polite of you to take that off. I appreciate that. Very nice of you. I'm sitting here thinking, I hope my sons would know to do the same. Very, very nice. All right, so council will stipulate that the entire panel has returned.
I do.
All right, and I did not receive any written notes from Mr. Ferraro, so that's good news, but that is the procedure we will continue to follow. I'll try to remember to address it every morning, that if you were unable to avoid any media coverage, or there were any issues that arose with you or with respect to a fellow juror and you have a concern, you just simply follow that procedure with the written note and we'll deal with it. Okay, thank you very much. Whenever you're ready, turn it
Oh,
take
thank
your
you, Your
time.
Honor. Yep, yes, please. We recall Ms. Paz, Your Honor.
Good morning, and you remain under oath, of course, as you know,
Yes.
so make yourself comfortable. You didn't bring your own water today, so
I
we have the picture there, and you may help yourself at any time.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Paz. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Your Honor. Ms. Paz, what I'd like to do this morning is just review some of the information that we covered yesterday.
Sure.
Okay? And so let's start with the videos and the articles that you and I discussed yesterday. You'll recall that by the end of the day, we had gotten up to about March of 2014 when Wolfgang Halbig was first invited onto the Alex Jones show, correct?
Yes, I remember.
All right. And we covered, leading up to March of 2014, Mr. Jones broadcast on the day of the Sandy Hook shooting, Connecticut school massacre looks like false flag, say witnesses.
Yes, I remember.
We covered another video a couple days later, creepy Illuminati message in Batman movie, hints at Sandy Hook school.
Yes.
Call that?
Yes.
We talked about the blooper reel that Mr. Jones published on December 17th about the Sandy Hook shooting. You recall that?
Yes.
We talked about the video he published on the 19th, 5 days after the shooting, called Sandy Hook Second Shooter Cover-Up. You recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Then we went to the article that they followed up on the Gotham piece called Lower Part of Gotham Renamed Sandy Hook in Dark Knight Film, correct?
Yes.
And you acknowledged to the jury that even as of this day, Infowars has no idea whether that's true, correct?
Whether what's true, whether it was renamed?
Whether Sandy Hook appeared in the Dark Knight movie.
Oh, right. I don't know.
You acknowledge that.
Right.
Then we talked about James Tracy coming on in the beginning of January to say that the parents were crisis actors. Do you recall that?
Amongst other things, yes.
Okay. And we showed the email from Adon Salazar trying to register for the Crisis Actors website.
Yes.
All right. That takes us Also to Mr. Jones' statement about Robbie Parker, in which he said that Mr. Parker had been given a card and told what to say, correct?
Right, that's what he says on the video.
You acknowledge that you had reviewed that video and you never saw anybody give Mr. Parker a card, correct?
Right, I didn't see a card in the video.
And then we get to the end of January 27th, and Mr. Jones runs his video, Why People Think Sandy Hook is a Hoax, correct?
Yes.
And he showed a clip of Mr. Parker approaching a podium to give a statement about his daughter, correct?
I don't remember if there was a podium there, but I do recall that he had given a statement to the media on a particular day, and he was referencing that statement. Yes.
If I said podium, I apologize. I meant microphone.
Yes, yes.
And he showed that snippet, just a couple of seconds of Mr. Parker approaching the microphone, correct?
Yes.
And he had slowed it down in slow-mo, right?
I believe so, yes.
He claimed that Mr. Parker was laughing and then got himself geared up to cry, right?
Right, in so many words. I don't think that's the exact words he used, but in so many words, yes.
That's the gist.
The gist of it, yes.
And you acknowledge that free speech systems only played that little clip, correct?
Correct, it didn't play the entire interview, or
And-
statement, I should say.
And you acknowledge that you yourself have never watched the entire statement.
No, it was not amongst the material that I was provided, and I didn't search it out.
And from that we conclude obviously that Infowars never aired the entire statement of Mr. Parker, correct?
Objection, Judge. Calls for speculation.
Well, I think you testified to this yesterday that they never did, correct?
I don't believe they did, and it wasn't amongst the material that I was provided, so I don't have any information to suggest that they did.
Right. And then you recall that just 2 days after January 27th, when they aired Why People Think Sandy Hook is a Hoax, Mr. Posner, who lost his son Noah, sent in an email to Infowars that was responded to by Paul Watson, correct?
Yes, we did talk about that email.
And he said that he thinks that Alex Jones, well, first he said that there's all this anger being directed at the parents who are being accused of being actors, right?
Yes, I believe that's very close to what he said.
And he asked Mr. Jones to stop, correct?
I believe that's what was in the email, if I recall.
And then we saw the numbers, the Google Analytics numbers. Do you remember that?
Yes,
The Google Analytics numbers showing substantial increases in audience size from December to January, correct?
there were increases in the audience size, yes.
Right. And even though Mr. Posner sent that email, and Infowars was aware of it, going forward into March of 2013, Mr. Jones had on Steve Pichenik, correct?
He did have him on after that, yes.
Dr. Steve Pichenik, Sandy Hook was a total false flag. That's Exhibit 7, the video we talked about, right?
That's what he said, yes.
Mr. Jones was so excited to talk about that he had him on a few days later, entitled the video, Crisis Actors Used at Sandy Hook Special Report.
Move to strike the comment about Mr. Jones being so excited, Judge. Argumentative.
Overruled.
I don't know if he was excited, but he did air him a couple of days later.
Then we saw in April, Mr. Jones aired a video called Obama Gun Grab PSYOP, right?
Yes,
And that PSYOP is a term that refers to psychological operation, right?
I believe so, yes.
And what Mr. Jones has said at times over the years is that this was, in describing why Sandy Hook was staged, that it was a psychological operation in order to provide a pretext for disarming the American public, correct?
He's used that term many times in connection with many different things, but I believe that's what he means by it.
With respect to Sandy Hook, that's what he means.
I think so, yes.
Then we watched the video of April 16th, Shadow Government Strikes Again at the Boston Marathon, correct?
Yes, I do
That-
remember us talking about that, yes.
Right. He says, folks, they staged Aurora, they staged Sandy Hook, the evidence is overwhelming. Remember that?
I do remember that, yes.
We talked about how in November of 2013, Infowars received the report of the state's attorney's office about its investigation into the circumstances of the shooting, correct?
Yes, Mr. Dew received it via email.
And I think you testified that you're not sure whether Mr. Jones reviewed that report, correct?
I don't know whether he read it, correct?
Because you never asked him that, yes?
I didn't ask him, no.
And even though you asked to see Mr. Jones's deposition in this case, it was never given to you, correct?
Right, I've never seen the deposition, so he may have been asked in the deposition.
You have no idea.
I don't know.
Given the nature of the false claims Mr. Jones was making about the Sandy Hook shooting throughout 2013, this idea that a massive hoax was being perpetrated upon the American people, would you have expected Mr. Jones to want to read the report about the shooting itself?
Objection, Judge. Relevance?
Sustained.
Is there anything about your interactions with Mr. Jones in preparing for this case that suggested to you that he would have been really interested in reading the report of the state's attorney that was actually responsible for investigating this?
Objection. Relevance?
I'm going to allow it.
I don't have an opinion on that.
All right. You read it, right?
I did read it, yes. It was amongst the material, so I read it.
You remember one of the claims that Mr. Jones made during the videos we saw was that no EMTs had been allowed in the school, correct?
Yes.
I think you indicated that that the report clearly establishes that there were EMTs in the school, correct?
That was the finding in the report, yes.
And that was Bill Oldenburg's testimony, correct?
Yes, we talked about this yesterday. I don't recall seeing that portion of his testimony, but I'll take your representation.
Thank you, and thank you for reminding me about that, because you said that you had watched some clips of the first day of the trial.
I did see a couple of clips, yes.
Can you let us know where you found those clips?
I think they were on YouTube.
Okay. And you're aware, do you know which channel?
I don't, I'm sorry, I don't recall which channel it was.
Was it the Law and Crime Network?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. When you were watching the videos, did you see a scrolling comment section?
I don't remember seeing a
You don't
comment
recall.
section.
All right. So, you acknowledge that Wolfgang Halbig came on in March, correct?
Yes.
That the only check anybody at Infowars did into Mr. Halbig was to go to a website that he himself created, correct?
Yes, I believe that's accurate, yes.
All right. And the first time he appeared on the Alex Jones show was on March 14th, 2014, correct?
I think that's the date, yes.
And this was the video that Alex Jones entitled Sandy Hook, False Narratives versus the Reality, right?
I believe that's the title, yes, that sounds familiar.
And you remember the clips we saw yesterday where Halbig and Mr. Jones referred to Sandy Hook as an illusion.
I don't remember whether that word was used.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't have my notes in front of me.
That's okay. You recall where Mr. Halbig raised the issue of trauma helicopters not being called, correct?
He did, yes.
And this is when I asked you whether you were aware that Danbury Hospital was just 10 minutes from Sandy Hook.
I
And
recall
I had
that.
objected on hearsay grounds, facts, not on evidence, Judge.
And I think you overruled it, and she said, I don't know.
I think that, I'm not,
I can't recall, and I don't think it's worth playback, but did you have a question?
Right. In preparing for your testimony here about the claim that no trauma helicopters were called, you didn't inform yourself as to whether the Danbury Hospital was just 10 minutes from Sandy Hook, correct?
Correct.
You're aware, of course, that ambulances did transport 2 children to Danbury Hospital in hopes of saving them, correct?
I believe that was in the report, yes.
But they weren't able to save them, were they?
That was in the report, right.
You recall the claim in the video, Sandy Hook False Narratives versus Reality, where Mr. Jones says we have the video of the same kids walking in circles around the building, right?
He's made that claim in a few videos, yes.
Many times, correct?
Yes.
Okay, we'll see some of that today.
Sure.
And you recall Mr. Jones saying in that video that there were multiple actors involved, correct?
He did use the plural of actors.
Multiple actors playing different parts, yes?
I believe that's what he said.
Do you remember Mr. Jones saying in that video, it's a total hoax any way you slice it?
I believe so, yes.
So then we were getting to this email that I wanted to ask you about, and we ended the day before I did that. And so what I'd like to do is pull that up now, Your Honor. This is the exhibit that we were discussing earlier, and so if you'd like to.
All right, so Exhibit 116 was admitted by the court into evidence for its impact on the listener, Mr. Salazar, and Mr. Salazar's employer, Free Speech Systems.
Thank you, Your Honor. So let's go to the bottom so that we can just see the the date in that first email there. You know what? Let's get the from too, even though it's not on the page, and then we'll come back to this. Right at the bottom there. Yeah, perfect. Okay, you have this email before you, Ms. Potts?
Yes.
All right. You see that this email was sent on March 14th, 2014, right?
Yes, that's what it says.
To writers at Infowars.com. Yes?
Right, that was one of our general email boxes.
Correct.
Right.
It's the same email inbox that Mr. Posner had written to complain about what was happening, yes?
Yes, I think it was the same one.
Dear Sir or Madam, you would be well advised to check Wolfgang Halbig's credentials. Best wishes, Robert Heath. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And he sent this on the very same day that Mr. Jones published this interview, Sandy Hook, False Narratives versus Reality. Yes?
Yes, it looks like it's the same day.
All right. And if you go up in the email, Don Salazar responds, doesn't he?
He does, according to the email chain.
He responds later that night. Don Salazar is the same guy who did the Batman articles, yes?
Yes.
And he says, Robert, thanks, but what on earth do you mean? The guy seemingly has credentials up the wazoo. Your email is much too vague to follow up on. Thanks, Adon.
That's what it says, yes.
Now, Mr. Jones had just put Wolfgang Halbig up in front of an audience of millions to claim that Sandy Hook never happened and that it was an illusion, correct?
That parts of it were illusions and fake, and obviously there were claims made as to specific parts, I guess, about Sandy Hook. So yes, he had just done that earlier that day.
Right. We can agree that the part Alex Jones and Wolfgang Halbig claimed were fake was that the shooting ever happened at all. Yes?
That the shooting never happened, or that it was a government setup, because he says sometimes some of the people, Halbig says it never happens, then sometimes they say something to the effect of it happened, but the government made it happen. So they've said a variety of things over a period of time.
Let's break this down real clear.
Sure.
When Mr. Jones says you have multiple actors playing the parts of multiple people, he's saying that the parents are actors. You're not going to disagree with me on that, are you?
I think we talked about this yesterday, and you asked
I
me.
just want you to answer my question.
Sure.
She is, objection, Judge, she is answering.
No, it was a yes or no.
Thank you. We can agree that Mr. Jones has said many, many times that the parents were actors, correct?
He never specified who he means by actors. We
Right.
talked about that yesterday.
Right. Well,
So
he
no.
says you got parents coming up and doing the fake acting and then the crying, correct?
Right. He was specifically referring to Mr. Parker. But aside from Mr.
Ms.
Parker,
Ms. Positive.
right.
Right. Can I just focus you on my question? Because we can agree that.
Judge, maybe we approach objection as a form of that.
No, I don't think we need to approach.
I think we do.
I think we can. She needs to answer the question.
No, it's not.
I don't want to, okay, I'm just telling you now. They're going to jump in. Okay.
The we can agree locution, I object to it. It may be that I'm used to seeing Mr. Maddy as a former federal prosecutor. That's implicit vouching. Whether he believes something or not is not for the jury. And I believe that is implicit vouching and is improper. And I'd ask that he not use that expression
I
anymore.
you can leave that out. But I just want to make one comment because we don't have much left here. I think the caffeine helps you remember to stand up.
I did, didn't I? Did I forget
I
one?
was so pleased. So we'll have to keep the caffeine.
My wife said to me last night, you apologize to the judge, well, the judge apologized to me, so you've had a therapeutic effect on our marriage. All right.
Ms. Potts. When Mr. Jones says you have multiple actors playing the parts of multiple people, that's multiple, isn't it? Just
It's
answer the
plural,
question.
yes.
It's plural. And when he says you have a bunch of parents doing, coming up and doing the fake crying, he's saying a bunch, correct?
He said a bunch, yes.
He said, in fact, we'll see the video where he says not just one, but a bunch, correct?
I believe he said a bunch,
All right,
yes.
thank you. So getting back to my question then, Ms. Paz, when Free Speech Systems receives this email after having put Wolfgang Halbig up on their platform to millions of people, making these claims, saying checking his credentials, Adon Salazar says he's not even going to follow up on it, correct?
He said the first email is too vague to follow up on. That's what it says.
So, based on that first email, he's not going to follow up on his credentials, right?
Says your email is too vague to follow up on. That's what it says.
Okay. Well, you talked to Adon Salazar, right?
I did, yes.
Yeah, he didn't follow up on it, did he?
I don't think he did, no.
Okay. And then Mr. Heath is so concerned about Mr. Halbig that he sends a follow-up email to Mr. Salazar, doesn't he?
He does, yes.
Let's look at that one. Actually, you know what? Don't go all. Let's look at. Here's it. Yeah. Okay, so pull up those first 3 paragraphs, please. I can find no trace of him in connection with his current activities on Sandy Hook. For example, I cannot find him on the list that exists of expert witnesses, of which he has categorically stated he was one concerning Columbine. I cannot find any reference to him prior to 2012 as a school safety expert or a school principal as a comparison. All the teachers or head teacher principals I know I can easily find prior to 2012. The same for a sample of professionals I know. You see that?
Yes, that's what it says.
All right. And one of the, you can pull that down. One of the things that Halbig had claimed on his website was that he had investigated the Columbine shooting, correct?
He did claim that, yes.
Did Adon Salazar do anything at all to further investigate Halbig's credentials after he received that email?
When I spoke to him, he didn't indicate that he had ever followed up with that email.
So Free Speech System's position here is that no matter what warning they received about Halbig on that particular date, they did nothing further to look into his background, correct?
Did free speech? No.
All right. Now, let's get to, do you remember yesterday, one of the claims that Alex Jones made in that video we saw was that there was an email that Mike Bloomberg sent out 2 days before.
I do recall that, yes.
You recall that. And you recall testifying that Mr. Jones was saying Mike Bloomberg, former mayor of New York City, had sent out an email 2 days before. And the significance of that was it showed that Sandy Hook was staged, correct?
That was the purpose of...
That Mike Bloomberg knew this fake event was going to happen, but he accidentally sent out this email that he really intended to send after the fake event, right?
I think he said false started or something to that effect, but I think that was the intent behind it,
Right.
yes.
Alex Jones talked about this email many times.
He has, yes. Sometimes he says 1 day before, sometimes it was 2 days before. He has mentioned it a few
And
times.
the point is always the same. And the point is that the one way Alex Jones's viewers should know that Sandy Hook was fake is because Mike Bloomberg sent out this email anticipating that it would happen, right?
I believe that was the purpose of him highlighting it, yes.
And then I said to you, there is no email. And you said, oh no, I think I've seen the email, right?
Right, and you asked me to look for it.
And I
right.
asked you to look for it.
Yes.
Because I said I'd love to see it. And you did. Go back and you looked, right?
I did, yes.
So I want you to listen to my question very, very carefully here. After looking for it, you would acknowledge that there is not, and there never was, an email from Mike Bloomberg that went out the day before the shooting, correct?
The day before, no.
You would acknowledge that there is not, and never was, an email that went out from Mike Bloomberg 2 days before the shooting, correct?
2 days before, no.
You would acknowledge that you've never seen the email itself, correct?
The email itself, no.
Right. But what you had Mr. Pattis send us last night was an article, yes?
Right.
Okay. Now, Your Honor, is there any objection here?
No.
This has not been previously marked, Your Honor.
All right, so let's mark it now, please, as really on.
Your Honor, I know the plaintiffs have added a couple of exhibits.
Sorry.
If they could just tell me what the next number is.
474.
474. Thank you.
All right. May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
All right. Now, this is an article that Infowars ran on March 13th, 2013, right?
Yes.
4 months after Sandy Hook, yes?
Yes.
And if we go to the second paragraph, yeah, you can just pull up that, the text there. It says, an article published today in Politicker. What's that?
I'm not sure what Politicker is, but...
Okay, that's okay. It's all
Right.
right. You don't know, right?
I'm not sure, no.
All right. Confirmed what the world already knows, that gun grabbers like Bloomberg, Obama, and Feinstein anticipated that more shootings would occur and planned to exploit them.
That's what it says.
That's what it says.
That is.
Next paragraph says, Mayor Bloomberg ready to team to propagandize shootings in the wake of the Aurora massacre, which quickly focused on holding candidates Obama and Romney accountable on guns and launching the Demand a Plan celebrity-driven media campaign, right?
That's what it says, yes.
All right, let's go to the next part. And now this is quoting, this is after Aurora, how Mayor Bloomberg planned to make the next massacre count, right?
Yes.
And it's quoting the Politicker article, right?
Right. It's quoting, if you up a little bit, it's the name of the person who wrote the article, and then this is a block quote purportedly from that article.
So what Infowars is doing here is saying somebody else published a story about what Mike Bloomberg did after the Aurora shooting.
Correct.
And this is just the text from that article, yes?
Correct.
Okay. Now, what we can see here is that there was some article about some email that Mike Bloomberg sent out in August of 2012, yes?
Correct.
About the Aurora shooting,
Correct.
right? That's what you were referencing earlier when you said you thought you had seen something.
Correct.
That email, if it exists, has nothing to do with Sandy Hook, correct?
No, it was after Aurora.
It was after Aurora,
Correct.
4 months before. And I take it that you have no idea, or do you? I don't know. Do you have any idea whether when Mr. Jones was telling his audience that Mike Bloomberg had sent out an email a day before showing that Sandy Hook was fake, that he was referring to this?
I did ask him about this. I recall the conversation, and his position was that he said the time period, and he didn't remember when the exact time period was. So
I'm just asking you whether he told you that he had been referring to this.
Right, he said he remembered seeing the article, and
He
he
did.
was referring to this article.
That's what he told you.
Right.
But you haven't read his deposition, right?
I didn't read the deposition.
So you don't know what he said when I asked you about it.
I don't.
Right. But no matter what he said to you or what he said to me, there was no email sent that Mike Bloomberg ever sent about Sandy Hook before the Sandy Hook shooting, correct?
He sent, if this is an email, he sent it after Aurora, not after or before Sandy
It had
Hook.
nothing
So
to do with Sandy Hook, correct?
I don't think it had anything to do with Sandy Hook.
You haven't seen the email either.
I only saw this block quote.
All right. May I have just a moment, Your Honor? And so, Ms. Paz, I just want to make sure. When you testified yesterday that you had seen an email, you now acknowledge that that was inaccurate, correct?
I said I didn't think whether I saw an email or an article. So I know we talked about how I wasn't sure whether it was which it was, but this is what I was referring to. So no, I didn't see an actual article. This is what I saw.
I mean, you didn't see an email.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. I didn't see an actual email.
Thank you.
Yes.
So every time the jury sees a video from now on where Mr. Jones is saying Bloomberg jumped the gun and sent out an email before he was supposed to, and that's how you should know if this event was fake, the jury should remember this is what we're talking about, right?
Objection, Judge. Improper argumentative.
Sustained.
All right. Okay. So, on May 9th, 2014, Infowars ran another video, revealed Sandy Hook Truth Exposed, correct?
I'm sorry, what was the title?
Revealed Sandy Hook Truth Exposed, yes?
I don't recall that specific title, but I'll take your word for it.
No,
If
We'll
you
bring it
could
up
show
here.
me something, great.
Sure.
Thank you.
all right, we're gonna, Ms. Paz, we're gonna bring up for you the stipulation we showed you earlier.
Just one moment.
Yes, Your Honor. Counsel, your Honor.
Thank you.
All right.
Which date was it? I'm sorry.
Sure. This is, if you look at your exhibit there, May 9th, 2014, revealed, Sandy Hook truth exposed. See that?
Yes, I see that.
Infowars published that video?
Yes.
All right. And then on May 13th, a few days later, Mr. Jones had Wolfgang Halbig back on, yes?
Yes, I believe so. Yes.
And Mr. Jones titled that video, Bombshell, Sandy Hook Massacre was a DHS illusion, says school safety expert.
Yes, I see that.
All right. Why don't we play clip 15A?
That is the full exhibit, Your Honor.
You mean it's 15 or 17?
15.
Excuse me for
I'm sorry. Thank you. 17A. My
Mr.
apologies.
Farrow.
That is also a full exhibit.
Can I see you for a moment, please? Thank you.
17A, please. 17A.
There is a war. It's happening now. It will decide the fate of humanity. The time to choose sides has come. We are the resistance. We are the Infowar.
So here's the headline: School board shuts down conspiracy theorists. Now, they've shot footage of this, and Wolfgang's making a documentary, but he said he'll send us the raw footage. As soon as it gets here, make copies on memory stick or whatever, we will get a special report out, because this needs to be seen, of them being shut down the school board, then trying to go to United Way and others that famously suck up the Oklahoma City money, the 9/11 money for themselves, give it to anti-gun groups. That's how this whole scam works. United Way, Red Cross, I mean, they're just vicious organizations. A lot of good people work for them and do good work, but back when I first covered this like 15 years ago, then nobody believed me. They're well-known scamsters, basically Democratic Party operations. But the bottom line here is that then the police blocked him from going in a public building that by law he's supposed to be allowed into. So Wolfgang joins us to cover what's happened to him currently, and now he's being blocked from investigating. He's been visited repeatedly by, quote, law enforcement telling him he better back off. They're acting scared to death, folks. Okay? They're acting scared to death about this big production they put on there. And the good news is, the majority of people I see across the board and I meet do not believe any of this stuff anymore. Now, we'll get back into, after he recaps what just happened, we will get back into his biggest questions concerning it. But Wolfgang, thanks for coming on.
Thank you, Alex. I really appreciate it.
Ms. Paz,
Yes.
let's start from the beginning there, where you said, school board shuts down conspiracy theorists. You remember that?
I saw that, yes.
He was talking about the fact that Mr. Halbig came to Newtown, yes?
He did, yes.
And when he came to Newtown, he went to the United Way offices.
He did make a stop there.
It's a charity, yes?
It is, yes.
And the police had to be called, correct?
Objection to the form had to be called, Judge, argumentative, not fact, not an evidence.
I know the police were called by the employees there.
And they had to come.
Did the police come?
Yes.
Yes, they did come.
Multiple police officers, yes?
I don't know how many, but there was more than one.
Okay. And They came because the employees were concerned about their
Objection, hearsay, where does this come from?
Do you know?
I don't know why they were called.
Mr. Halbig was trying to enter the building, correct?
I think he was trying to get in there, yes.
I mean, you've seen the video.
I did see the video footage,
Okay.
yes.
You know that he was confronting the police officer who wasn't letting him in the building, correct?
He was saying that he wanted to question the employees there.
And you know, on that same trip, Wolfgang Halbig went to the Newtown Firehouse, correct?
I believe he did, yes.
And he confronted firemen who were just there doing their job, right?
I think so.
And Mr. Jones had him on the show after all that, yes?
Yes.
And then you heard Mr. Jones say they're getting scared of this production they put on, right?
That's what he says in the video.
And he's talking about Sandy Hook.
I'm not sure what he's referring to.
All right, so let's just... Free Speech System's testimony to this jury is that after all the videos you've seen, when Mr. Jones says they're getting scared of this total production they put on, that you're not willing to say to this jury what he was talking about?
He doesn't say what he's talking about. I didn't specifically ask him, so I don't want to speculate about it.
Free Speech Systems, which is owned completely by Alex Jones, who you met with several times, would only be speculating about what Mr. Jones meant when he said they're scared of this total production they put on.
Objection, Judge. In fact, it would constitute legal speculation. This is argumentative.
Overruled. He didn't say to me. I didn't ask him specifically. I'm not in his mind. I don't know.
Let me put it this way. How about this? Mr. Jones repeatedly refers to this as a scripted event, correct?
Refers to Sandy Hook as a scripted
Yes.
event? He said that before, yes.
Yes. He has repeatedly referred to the families as actors, correct?
He's referred to actors, plural, yes.
He's now referring to something, you won't say what, as a production, correct?
He uses the word production, yes.
You've seen videos where he says he knows when he's watching a movie and he knows when he's watching something real, correct?
He has said that, yes.
Okay. So let's look at the next clip. And this will be 17. E, please.
E as in Edward, sir?
Yes.
Thank you.
I can tell you, children did not die, teachers did not die on December 14, 2012. It just could not have happened. And it's in their words. It's not what Wolfgang thinks, or it's just my opinion. It's what they say. I mean, their own words actually show that it could not have happened.
Is that Robbie Parker?
Yes, I believe that's the statement he gave, a clip of it.
Right, that's not the statement he gave. That's a slow motion video clip of Robbie Parker, correct?
It's a clip of the statement he gave in slow motion, yes.
Ms. Paz, I didn't know that we were going to have to argue about what we're both...
Objection, Judge.
But,
Objection.
Ms. Paz, when you say it's a clip of his statement, you don't see Robbie Parker saying anything in the video, correct?
I'm sorry, I'm confused by the question. I mean, this is video footage of his statement, so yes, I agree with you, there's no words in the video. So, I'm sorry, I guess I'm confused by your question.
The only question I asked you was, that's Robbie Parker, right? And then
Yes.
and then you said to me, that's a clip of his statement. So I asked you, is that Robbie Parker?
Yes.
Okay, now let me ask my next question. This is a slowed down video of Robbie Parker approaching the microphone, yes?
Yes.
Well, objection, Judge. It's not a video. If we're going to play it this way, it's still.
Overruled.
Is the answer yes?
Yes, I answered.
And somebody at Infowars decided to put this up on the screen right as Mr. Halbig was saying nobody died there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. In other words, this just doesn't magically happen where Alex Jones is doing an interview. Somebody is deciding at Infowars that right as Mr. Halbig is saying nobody died there, they're going to show this slow-mo video of Robbie Parker, correct?
Asked and answered, Judge.
Overruled.
Yes.
Who was it?
Who decided to play this particular clip?
Yeah.
Generally,
No.
or this particular.
Yeah.
I don't know this particular clip. I mean, I could speak in generalities as to how the process works, but I don't know about this particular.
Okay, but it was queued up and ready to go. Yes.
Right.
Okay.
It would have had to been pulled in advance.
Okay, let's play 17F, please.
You got parents laughing, like, ha, 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 watch this, and then going, method acting, going, I mean, it's just ridiculous. You got coroners that start laughing, and I don't mean uncomfortably, I mean like laughing with the state police when they're giving press conferences. I mean, it just is the fakest thing since the $3 bill. And you better get ready for more of it, folks. Now let's go to his 3 minutes to the school board there in Connecticut.
My name is Wolfgang Halbig. I'm from Lake County, Florida, a town called Sorrento, Florida. I'm a national school safety consultant. For the last 25 years, I've traveled the country. And you look at me like I'm here today to create a problem.
So at the very beginning of that clip, you can take that down. You saw Mr. Jones saying you got parents going, and then he mockingly laughs, and then he says, look at this, and he mockingly cries. Correct?
He
Correct.
did cry or pretend to cry
And
on
that
the
was a
clip.
yes or no question.
Yes.
Thank you. And then he says, it's as phony as a $3 bill. Correct?
He does say that, yes.
And this video of Mr. Jones mocking the parents was clipped and put up on YouTube, correct?
You mean that whole video was put up on YouTube?
Let's start with the whole video. It was, right?
Oh, yes. All of the videos were uploaded to YouTube.
Right. And Facebook, yes?
I believe so, yes.
And Twitter, correct?
I believe so.
Remember yesterday, Ms. Paz, I asked you some questions about Google Analytics.
Yes.
And let's just start here. By the way, did you do anything last night? You remember you testified yesterday that Infowars does not use Google Analytics, correct? Yes or no?
Yes, based on my conversations, right.
In fact, I think the court had to ask you to answer that yes or no, and you said Infowars does not use Google Analytics, correct?
Right, based on my conversations with the employees, yes.
Wait a second. Yesterday you testified that the only conversation you had about Google Analytics was with a gentleman named Blake Ryan, correct?
I did have a conversation with Blake Ratty, yes.
You just testified that it was based on your conversation with employees. Are there any others?
I don't know if Alex said that to me, so I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
So your sworn testimony is that the only employee that you can testify that you spoke to about Google Analytics was Blake Roddy.
That's the one that I recall, yes.
And so that's the only one that you're going to testify to that you spoke to about it, correct?
Yes, I
Thank you.
had a long conversation with him about it.
And Blake Roddy was very clear with you that Infowars does not use Google Analytics, correct?
That was what was conveyed to me.
Thank you. And that's what you conveyed here.
Yes.
Now, let's start with what is Google Analytics?
I can't really get into the science of it. I'm not that technologically savvy, but basically it's an analysis of the number of visits to the unique pages. So Infowars is comprised, any website is comprised of a number of pages. Each article has its own unique URL, and then it will keep track of, so to speak, how long people are on the page for, bounce rates, how many visits to a page, etc., and then rank them.
So, and let's see if we can break that down a little bit further. I appreciate that explanation. So, Google Analytics, let's start with this, is a software program, yes?
Sure, run by Google.
Right.
Right.
And so, if you're a business, you can get the Google Analytics program for your website, yes?
I believe so, yes.
And what that program does is it allows you to track, and let's just walk through some of these things. It allows you to track the number of visitors to your website.
Right.
It allows you to track when they come to your website, correct?
Yes.
How long they stay on your website?
How long they stay on each page, yes.
Right, how long they stay on each page, correct?
Right.
What they click on,
Yes.
okay? It allows you to track whether when somebody comes to the website, they end up also going to the store, correct?
Yes, there's a way to track that. Mhm.
And it tracks, if they go to the store, how much time they spend at the store, yes?
Yes.
It can tell you which products they view when they go to the store, yes?
Yes.
It can track whether they buy something, correct?
Yes.
It can track how much they spent, correct?
Yes.
This is the type of data that is very valuable to a business that uses it, correct?
Yes.
Because it allows you to track basically how your company's doing, right?
Sure.
Are you reaching people? Are they coming, right?
Are they staying?
Are they staying?
Yes.
What's bringing them there?
Yes.
Correct? How much money you're making off them, right?
Sure.
And so any company that wants to really be able to assess how well they're doing and why, this program can be very powerful.
Could be, yes.
Okay. But it also could be very, very revealing to a jury that wanted to understand how that business is working, correct?
I mean, it provides a lot of information.
Right.
Yes.
And it would be very, very revealing to a group of plaintiffs that really wanted to understand what was happening with the business and why, correct?
I mean, what happens with the content and how it results in translating into funds and stuff like that. Sure, yeah. It has a lot of information there.
And when you came in here and testified yesterday that Infowars didn't use Google Analytics. By the way, Blake Roddy. Let's just talk about Blake Roddy for a second.
Sure.
Blake Roddy currently runs the e-commerce side of the business.
Yes.
Right? So, went through this a little bit in opening, but the different platforms that Infowars uses to sell stuff is InfowarsStore.com,
Yes.
InfowarsShop.com.
Yes.
They have an Amazon store.
Yes.
They have an eBay store.
I think so, yes.
They have an Infowars Life page where they sell stuff.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. They have a website, Free World Outlet, where they sell stuff, correct?
That doesn't sound familiar, but I'll accept your representation that it does.
No.
I don't know, I'm not sure.
Okay, you don't know. So,
I don't know. It doesn't sound
you don't know
familiar.
if Free Speech Systems also runs an online retail platform called Free World Outlet.
I don't know.
Free Speech Systems doesn't know
Right.
that. Okay, fair enough. But Blake Roddy supervises all that, yes?
I believe that's his current role, yes.
And that's a very important role within the company, yes?
Sure.
and he reports directly to Alex Jones, correct?
Everyone in the company reports to Alex, so yes.
And you're aware that Timothy Fruget used to be his boss, Blake Rowdy's boss, right?
I believe so, yes.
Because Timothy Fruget used to have that same job.
Before he left, yes,
Before he
in
left.
2019.
Right, all the way through 2019.
Right.
Starting back, I don't think you could tell us yesterday, but
I can't remember when he
before
started.
2012.
It was, right, it was before Sandy Hook.
Right. Okay. Now, you're aware that there's been an issue in this case about, put it this way, you're aware that the plaintiffs in this case have sought that Google Analytics data, correct?
It was in the discovery request, yeah, I'm aware, yes.
And you're aware that the data, the Google Analytics data, all the stuff that we're talking about from 2012 onward, that data was not produced, correct?
Objection, Judge. Assumes that it was available to Infowars, that they had it.
I think we should probably side on this.
It's been a long issue in the case. It may be the law that gets raised against the organization.
The question I asked you was, you were aware that data was not produced. There was an objection. I think you testified yesterday that since 2012, Infowars has had Google Analytics, they just don't use it, right?
That's what was conveyed to me, so yes.
And they, because they had it and it was on their website, they had access to the data if they wanted to, they just didn't use it, correct?
I believe that's what we talked about, yes.
And you're aware that the data hasn't been produced here, correct?
I don't know if it's been produced or not. I don't know what's in production. I have seen Google Analytics and associated with this case.
But nothing in the production that you've seen ever suggested to you that Infowars actually uses the data, right?
All I saw was there was a lengthy Google Analytics page. It didn't say anything about what, if anything, we did with that material.
Right.
So
Let me
no.
just ask my question again.
Right.
Okay. Nothing you've seen in the production suggested to you that Infowars ever used Google Analytics, correct?
Nothing that I had reviewed. No.
Right. So nothing that you saw contradicted what Mr. Roddy told you, that they just didn't use it, right?
I didn't have any reason to doubt it. Correct.
Now, the one exhibit that the jury has seen related to the Google Analytics are those charts beginning in 2009 that we've seen, where we show the page views, the sessions, the users.
Right.
And I showed you that yesterday. Right?
I think I've seen that in the production.
Right.
So
But,
yes.
But even after you saw that, you testified, yeah, but they don't use it. Fair?
Yes.
Okay. So why don't we pull up exhibit 123 just for the witness. It's not full yet.
$123, did you say?
Yes.
I think that is full.
You have it as full? Oh, do you have it as full?
No, I do not.
I don't think it is.
Okay.
Ms. Paz, I want to ask you about this.
Sure.
This is an email from Tim Fruget, correct?
That is what it looks like. Yes.
Dated July 10th, 2014.
That's what it looks like. Yes.
2 months after the video we just saw of Halvick and Mr. Jones, yes?
Approximately 2 months later. Yeah.
And Mr. Fruget is sending an email to a rep for a lending company, correct?
Are you referring to the email address?
No. I'm referring. Do you have the body of the email for you?
Yes. May I just read it?
Yes, please.
Sure.
See that?
Yes, it seems to be talking about advertising and such.
I'll offer it, Your Honor.
No objection, Judge.
I didn't hear you, Attorney.
I'm sorry, Judge, no objection.
Thank you.
Let's pull this up for the jury. All right. Now, hold on a second. I'm sorry. Let's go to the bottom first, okay? All right. Now, this is an email from a guy named James Garvey, correct?
That's what it looks like, yes.
At selflender.com. Yes?
That's what it says.
And it's sent to an email advertise@infowars.com, right?
Yes, one of the other general email boxes.
Anybody who wants to advertise with Infowars.com, they can send this email and say, hey, what do you charge us to advertise with you?
Right.
Okay. And this guy, Mr. Garvey, says, I'm the co-founder of selflender.com, a website that helps U.S. consumers build credit by creating a small amount of debt and then paying it off, right?
That's what it says, yes.
We believe that your U.S. consumers would be a great fit for the target demographic, right?
That's what it says.
It's a company that basically puts people into debt, right?
I don't know anything about this company.
Okay. Let's go up to the next one. And you'll see here that somebody from responding from the advertise@infowars.com address says, James, the website seems very interesting. Could be a good fit for our audience. And he asked him about what his monthly budget might be, correct?
That's what it looks like. It looks like it's from Tim.
Right. I think we'll find out it is. Oh, he signs it. Tim
Yes, he
Fouget.
signed his name.
Got it. Okay. Let's go up to the next one. Mr. Garvey says, thanks for getting back to me. And he talks about the types of ads that they'd like to run. He says he's got a test budget for about $5,000.
That's what it says,
And
yes.
so the idea here is that this lending company that asks people to take on a small amount of debt in order to build their credit is going to advertise to the Infowars audience, correct?
Sure.
Because they think the Infowars demographics would be a good target for them.
That's what it says.
Okay, let's go up to Tim's email. Yeah. Okay. So he says, sorry for the delay. Unfortunately, we do not have a current media kit at this time, but I can give you some info about everything. And I just want you to look at the attachments. Do you see those?
Yes.
And you see he attached his GCN affiliates. And you know GCN stands for Genesis Communications Network?
Yes.
So that's all the radio stations that Mr. Jones goes out to, yeah?
Correct.
And then it says Infowars audience demographics, and there's a JPEG.
That's what it says, yes.
And then there's an attachment that says Google Analytics from Infowars, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Let's go back to the email. And he says, first of all, he kind of recites what their audience numbers are, right? In the first paragraph. 790,000 likes on the Facebook page. They're going to charge them $1,000 for a Facebook post, right?
That's what it says, yes.
If you go down to the second paragraph, he says, over the last 90 days, we have received 99.8 million page views with 14.6 million unique users. And you know, those are the same types of categories of data that we saw in the Google Analytics spreadsheet yesterday, right?
Page views and unique users, yes, are some of the columns that are on the Google Analytics.
And then it says, I have attached a screenshot of our audience demographics from Alexa and Google Analytics. Do you see that?
From Alexa and Google Analytics, yes.
Right. And if we go down to the attachment, let's just scroll through. And first you'll see, as we saw in the attachments, you'll see all the radio affiliates. That's these, right?
I see that, yes.
Yeah. And then we'll go down a little bit more. And we see the audience demographic information here, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay, and then let's go down to the last page. And you'll see here, am I correct, Ms. Paz, that this is Google Analytics data, isn't it?
It looks like the top of that Google Analytics page.
Right, and if you see on the top right-hand corner, it shows a date range, March 31st, 2014 to June 29th, 2014.
I see that, yes.
Okay, and by the way, that happens to overlap with the two appearances that Halbig made, right?
He was on right before that in earlier March.
Right, and
but-
he was on in May. We just
And
saw
then he
that
was
one.
on again, yes.
Thank you. And you see here all the different data that Tim Fruget is using to give to this potential advertiser, correct?
That's what it looks like, yes.
Okay. Is it still your testimony, Ms. Paz, that Infowars doesn't use Google Analytics?
I hadn't seen this before, but like I said, can only really convey what's been conveyed to me, so
You've seen it now.
I have seen it, yes.
Is it still your testimony that Infowars doesn't use Google Analytics?
I don't know at this point what they do or don't do with it.
Well, let me see if we can. Help out here. Let's go to Exhibit 126, not in evidence. Just pull it up, please, for Ms. Paz. Do you see that, Ms. Paz?
Yes,
This is an email from Tim Fruget again, this time to a gentleman named Buckley Hammond, correct?
that's what it looks like, yes.
Buckley Hammond is Alex Jones' cousin, yes?
He is a relative, yes.
Also an Infowars employee,
He was at one point, yes.
pretty senior in the organization.
I mean, I can't say what his position was, but
Why
he
not?
was very trusted by Alex because they were relatives. So
Oh.
I could put it that way.
Okay, so I'll offer it, Your Honor.
No objection, Judge.
All right, let's pull up 126. Just pull up, yeah, exactly. Okay. This is an email dated August 20th, 2014, correct?
Yes.
From Tim Fruget, who again at this time was the manager of the online store,
At that time, yes.
to Buckley Hammond, trusted Alex Jones employee and cousin,
Sure.
with attachments, correct?
That's what it looks like.
He's giving him, it appears to be, sales information for August and Google Analytics for August, correct?
That's what it looks like, yes.
Can we go down to the attachments, please? So they got sales by day here, right?
Yes.
Looks like on this month. By the way, do you know what sales platform this is? We talked about how we had 4. Do you know which sales platform this is?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Sorry.
But it looks like it's, ranging from somewhere south of 40 grand to close to 120 grand a day. Yeah?
That's what it looks like, yes.
So we go down to the next page. Some more Google Analytics that he's sending Buckley.
That's what it looks like. It looks like the same screenshot of the top
Okay.
of the Google Analytics as in the last one.
Having seen this, would you like to revise your testimony that Infowars doesn't use Google Analytics?
Like I said, I can only really convey what's been conveyed to me, and that's what was conveyed to me.
Right. Blake Roddy conveyed to you that they did not, right?
Right.
Let's go to Exhibit 128 and 129. Not yet in?
Correct.
Any objection?
I thought we agreed they would be. 128.
Oh, yeah, there is no objection. You had not previously objected.
Correct.
Okay. I offer them, Your Honor. They haven't been formally offered yet.
So we're,
Thank you. Here we are again. Now, this is Tim Fruget again on September 22nd, 2014, correct?
Yes.
And he's emailing Lydia Hernandez, correct?
That's what it looks like.
Lydia Hernandez is Infowars' longtime internal accountant, correct?
Well, objection to the form. May I speak to Attorney Manny for a moment?
time this email was sent, Lydia Hernandez was Infowars' top internal accountant, correct?
I'm not sure what her position was, so I'm not sure. I know Lydia used to work there. I'm not sure what her position was.
Ms. Paz, did you?
I just can't recall what her position was.
I think you knew at some point.
I just don't recall as I sit here. If you could show me something.
I would, but I'm not going to do that right now.
Okay. I'm
You
sorry.
don't dispute that Lydia Hernandez, you don't dispute, because at this point you don't have reason to know that Lydia Hernandez was the top accountant for
Right.
Infowars.
I
Fair
don't
enough?
have
All right.
reason to dispute it.
Tim Fruget is sending her, and we just see Google Analytics, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Let's go to the next one, 129. Get it? Yes, it was admitted along with 128. Same thing here, same day, another email, analytics, right? For Prison Planet TV, right?
That's what it says.
And an
yes.
audience overview, yes?
That's what it says, yes.
Your Honor, would this be a good time for our morning break?
I think so. All right, so Mr. Ferraro will collect your notepads. We will take a 15-minute morning recess, and of course, we'll continue to obey the rules of juror conduct. Recess?
All right, please.
May I be excused, Judge, to find my witness?
Absolutely.
Do we approach, Judge?
You may.
I checked the hall.
Could be in the latest. You don't want to go there. No worries.
It's a mark.
had to call a case downstairs.
No.
Sorry.
Absolutely not. Okay, welcome back, everyone. I'm doing my count to 10, 9, 10. There we go. Council will stipulate that the entire panel is present.
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Please be seated, and whenever you're ready to remain, you may continue.
Ms. Paz, before the break, we had been walking through a series of exhibits in which Tim Fruget, Buckley Hammond, Lydia Hernandez, and others are referring to Google Analytics, correct?
I do recall those exhibits, yes.
I'd like you to pull up the front pages, please, of each of those exhibits. You see them here before you. This is each of the exhibits we were going through earlier.
Yes.
And I want to ask you, are you prepared to say, now having reviewed these, that in fact, Infowars uses Google Analytics, correct?
I could really only say what was conveyed to me in my conversation. I do understand that these emails show that they have talked about Google Analytics in the past.
Ms. Paz, that's a yes or a no? Shall I have you
I don't-
answer the question?
No, I understand the question. I don't know is my answer.
So even after having reviewed these, Free Speech Systems is still telling this jury that it just doesn't know whether they use Google Analytics?
That's correct.
Okay. You remember this email from Tim Fruget to the lending guy?
I recall our conversation about that, yes.
No, actually, do you remember the email?
Oh, you mean had I seen it before
No.
today, or?
20 minutes ago,
Yes.
when I showed you that email. You remember that?
Yes.
Tim Fruget is sending Google Analytics to a guy who wants to advertise on their website, correct?
That's what the exhibit says, yes.
And Tim Fruget is telling him all of the ways in which Google Analytics tracks their audience so that he can assess whether he wants to pay the $5,000 for a Facebook ad or whatever, correct?
That's what the purpose of the email appears to be, yes.
So at least it was important enough to Tim Fruget, correct? When he was doing business, yes?
That's a compound, Judge. I don't understand what's going on.
I'll withdraw it. When Tim Fruget was trying to sell advertising space, it was important enough to him to send Google Analytics to the lending guy.
Objection, Judge. Contents of another mind important enough to him. The document speaks for itself.
I can't say why he wrote this email or what he was thinking.
You're Free Speech Systems. This is your business director. Free Speech Systems can't say why its business director would have sent Google Analytics to a guy who wants to send them advertising money?
Objection, Judge. Indeed, it can't.
Overruled.
I can't speak to what's in Mr. Fruget's mind. I didn't speak to him about this particular email.
The last date here, Exhibit 128, is September 22nd, 2014. You'd agree with me?
Yes, I see that.
And on September 24th, 2014, Infowars published an article and the title of that article was FBI says nobody died at Sandy Hook, correct? I'm sorry. FBI says nobody killed at Sandy Hook, correct?
Is that the 25th rather than the 24th?
No, it's not.
I don't
It
recall
says
the,
25th.
I don't
No, it
recall the
doesn't.
date.
And I appreciate you only interrupt, please.
I don't recall the date, but I do recall the article you're talking about.
I'm going to pull it up. Keep going. Exhibit number 67 already in evidence?
That is a full exhibit, Your Honor.
Thank you. Can we pull it up, please, Pratika? Let's just pull up, yeah, the top part there.
I see it.
You see it?
Yes.
FBI says no one killed at Sandy Hook, correct?
Yes.
This is by Adon Salazar.
Yes.
What's the date?
It says September 24th, 2014.
2 days after the last email we saw from Google Analytics, correct?
I believe that was dated the 22nd, so yes.
Right. And you have an ad there for DNA Force Plus, correct?
I see that, yes.
And in this article, Adon Salazar reports, by the way, this article, you know, was posted to Facebook, correct?
I believe it was, yes.
Okay. This article was posted to Twitter, correct?
Yes.
This article was posted to Infowars.com,
Yes.
PrisonPlanet.com.
Yes.
Okay. And in 2014, the jury will recall, was the year that Infowars had 2.2 billion impressions on its social media platforms, correct?
Oh, I don't recall the number, but I'll accept that that's what it was.
You don't recall yesterday I had the chart up here?
Right, I just don't recall the exact number, but I don't dispute that's what it was.
Right. And let's just, real clear here, let me ask you this question, yes or no. This article reporting that the FBI said no one had been killed at Sandy Hook, according to its statistics, was false. Yes?
Correct, it's not right. That's right.
Not right meaning not true, correct?
Right, FBI never said that.
But what Adon Salazar was saying to his audience was that there were these statistics that the FBI put out. And that according to Adon Salazar, those statistics said that nobody had been killed at Sandy Hook, correct?
That's what the article says, yes.
And in fact, and the FBI does report crime statistics every year, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, the FBI statistics that Adon Salazar was referencing did report the murders at Sandy Hook, correct?
I believe they did.
Yes. Thank you. And let's scroll down here. This is a screenshot of the stats, right?
Yes, this is the screenshot that Adon took of the table, and he used that as the source of the article.
Right. And he referred to table 8, right?
Yes.
And Adon Salazar knew that the FBI reported the murders at Sandy Hook in a different table in the same chart, correct?
Objection. Asking about what another potential witness knew. Relevance, speculation, what he knew or didn't.
Do I know that he knew that? Based on my conversation with him, I don't think that that's true, so no.
You spoke with Adon Salazar.
I did, yes.
You asked him specifically about this article. You take it down.
I did, yes.
He knew that you were preparing to testify before this jury, correct?
He knew I was going to be deposed, yes.
I mean, Adon Salazar himself was deposed, wasn't he?
He was, yes.
Okay. He knew there was going to be a trial in this case.
Yes.
Right. And he said to you, first of all, he acknowledged he was wrong, yes?
He did, yes.
But he said to you, but I didn't know it at the time, right?
Right. Would you like me to say what he said to me?
No.
But yes.
He said to you, in substance, I didn't realize it at the time.
That's what he said to me.
And he knew that you would tell this jury that, right?
He knew I would be deposed in this manner and possibly have to testify in court.
And that's what you told them, that Adon Salazar didn't realize it at the time.
That's what he conveyed to me, and
That's Free Speech System's sworn testimony here.
that's what was conveyed to me in my conversation, so yes.
And the explanation that Free Speech Systems is offering this jury is that Adon Salazar just missed it. He didn't scroll down far enough to see that actually the FBI did report the murders.
Objection to form.
Overruled.
That's what he said to me in our conversation.
So let's just accept for just a moment that Adon Salazar, who published the creepy Illuminati article, who tried to get registered at crisisactors.org, who's now writing a false article about FBI says nobody killed Sandy. Let's just accept that that guy was telling you the truth for a moment. Even if we accept that, you acknowledge that if Adon Salazar had just scrolled down a little bit further in the page, he would have seen that that was false, correct?
Right, at the bottom of the page, there's an asterisk there that would have indicated to him to go check another chart.
Right. The other explanation, though, if we don't give Adon Salazar the benefit of the doubt, is that he darn well knew what the statistics said on the page that he looked at and published this anyway.
Objection argumentative.
Overruled.
I don't know because I can only convey what he said to me.
Well, let's look at what happened with this. Now, on September 24th, the same day this article ran, Infowars ran a broadcast highlighting Adon's article. Sandy Hook deaths missing from FBI report, right?
Yes.
And then the next day, September 25th, Alex Jones had Wolfgang Halbig, correct?
I don't recall the date. If we could pull up the
Sure, yeah, why don't we do
video.
that? Why don't we
Great.
pull up that list? And while we're doing that, Ms. Paz, just to be clear to the jury, Mr. Halbig had absolutely nothing to do with this article, correct?
Oh, I don't believe he did, no.
Do you have the chart frame here?
Not yet.
Okay. Okay, do you see a listing here, Ms. Paz? September 25th, FBI says nobody killed at Sandy Hook massacre featuring Wolfgang Halbig.
September 25th. Yes, Sandy Hook deaths missing from FBI report, September 25th. Is that the one we're talking about?
No, FBI says nobody killed at Sandy Hook massacre featuring Wolfgang Halbig.
Okay. Is that on chart B? Oh, okay, I see it on chart B, yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right. So Adon Salazar writes this article on the 24th. They have a broadcast about it on the 24th. The next day, Alex Jones comes in to talk about it, right?
He does mention it, yes.
All right. So why don't we play 19A?
This is a full exhibit, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Well, according to FBI crime statistics at FBI.gov, no one died in 2012 in Sandy Hook. It shows no homicides in that town. And that story by Adon Salazar is online at Infowars.com. We'll put that on screen. Show some screenshots of those statistics for TV viewers. Again, radio listeners can go there and pull that up for themselves. But Wolfgang W. Halbig,
Okay, thank you. So that's the introduction, right?
Yes.
And obviously, Howard's been on the show a couple times. Alex Jones knows he's going to say Sandy Hook was fake, an illusion, right?
I'm sure he would have knew he was going to say more of the same.
Yeah. And so here we have, this is 2014 now, this is nearly 2 years after the shooting, right?
Almost in September,
Right,
so
almost-
close to 2 years.
Almost 2 years. But now they have this new thing about the FBI, so they bring on Halbig, right?
I don't know if that was the reason why they brought him on that particular day.
Okay. Well, why else would they have brought him on when they titled the video, FBI says nobody killed in Sandy Hook massacre, featuring Wolfgang Halbig?
I don't know. I didn't ask Alex that specific question related to this video,
Okay,
so I'm not sure.
So Free Speech Systems, having seen the article, having seen the title of the video, having now seen the intro to the video, is still not prepared to say that that's why they were having Wolfgang on.
I'm just not sure. I don't want to guess.
So let's go to 19D, please. Same broadcast.
Sandy Hook was loaded with toxic. It was a toxic waste dump. Alex, it's a toxic waste dump. Who would send their children to that kind of school? And that school, based on the photographs by the crime scene technicians from the Connecticut State Police, it is the filthiest, the most deplorable school that I, as a principal, have ever seen.
Sure, it was only used as a cutout. It had been closed until right before they reopened it for this event.
So here's Wolfgang Halbig on, telling the audience of millions that Sandy Hook Elementary School was a toxic waste dump, right? That's what he said.
That's what he said, yes.
And Alex Jones says it was a total cutout, right?
That's the word he used, yes.
Right. And a cutout is basically a set, right? Something set up as a stage to be a set, correct?
That's what I think he means by that, yes.
Going back to what we heard earlier about this total production they were putting on, they needed a set for it, right?
I would assume. I didn't ask him this specific question, so I don't know for sure, but
I mean, that's something that you would have been expected to do. You know that you were supposed to be prepared to testify about all these videos, right?
right, I watched all the videos.
Right. And you knew that you were going to be here testifying about these videos and that Alex Jones was featured in pretty much every single one, right?
Almost everyone, yes.
Right. And so, but your testimony to the jury is that you just didn't ask him about this one?
I don't know what's in his mind at the time.
So, but you'd agree with me though, at least when it comes to the
Objection
word,
as to the form, Judge.
withdraw. When it comes to the word cutout, your testimony is, it's talking about a set, right? Like a stage.
That's what I took it to mean based on what he said.
And he says that it was closed until right before.
He does say that.
Okay.
He said that a couple of times.
So, the idea here is there's this fake set. They plop everybody down there to create this hoax, the illusion of a tragedy, right?
Are you asking if that's what he means by that?
That's what's happening here, correct?
That's what he said.
Now, he says the school was closed until right before, after Halbig says it was a toxic waste dump. And did, let me see this. You're aware that, oh, then I think he said something like, how could the parents send their children to that school, right?
He said that a few times.
And the idea is, of course, that they wouldn't if it was a toxic waste dump, right?
I think that's what he meant by it.
Dawn Hochsprung was the principal of Sandy Hook Elementary School, correct?
Yes.
You're aware that she, testimony that she and Mary Sherlock died in the lobby when they confronted the shooter, correct?
I think that was in the report, but yes.
And Alex Jones, at the time he said this, was aware that Ms. Hochsprung had a Twitter account, correct?
Was he aware at the time that he said the school was closed?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know.
Have you seen Don Hoxpone's Twitter account?
I have not, no.
Are you aware whether throughout the fall of 2012, Ms. Hoxpone was posting pictures of what was happening in the daily activities at the school?
I have not seen the Twitter account, so no.
Have you seen her pictures about the book fair?
I haven't seen anything on her social media, so no.
About the Veterans Day breakfast they hosted?
Objection, Judge. Asked and answered repetitive at this point. He hadn't seen the Twitter account.
Sustained.
If you recall, on the very first day that Alex Jones covered Sandy Hook, the day of the shooting, he was talking about drills, right? He said this could be a drill. You recall that?
Yes.
And he referred in that video to a Twitter photo he had seen from earlier in the year of kids doing a fire drill. Do you recall that?
In the first video?
Yes, you watched it.
Well, we watched it here.
We watched clips, but you watched the whole thing, correct?
The first video?
Correct. The video. Connecticut school massacre looks like false flag, witnesses say. You watched that video, yes?
Is that the video that I didn't see? That might have been the video that I didn't see.
You hadn't seen it before you were deposed. They never gave it to you, right?
Correct.
Then you were deposed and you saw it, correct?
You mean, did I see it after I was deposed?
You saw it when you were deposed. I played it for you at your deposition, didn't I?
I don't remember. I know you played a bunch of things for me. I don't know if it was that particular video.
Okay. So
I don't remember.
Okay, so you don't recall, as you sit here right now, that on the very first day, Alex Jones acknowledged that he had seen a photo of the kids doing a fire drill. You don't recall that?
I don't remember.
And at the time, he was trying to suggest that this is a drill, right?
On the
Remember
first
that?
day? I do, yes, I do remember that.
But here he is 2 years later saying the school was closed until right before it happened, right?
That's what he says, yes.
And you've not seen Don Hoxpone's Twitter photo from earlier in the fall of the children doing a fire drill, correct?
I have not known.
But it's hard to keep track of lies, isn't it?
Objection. Argumentative.
Sustained.
Relevant.
So let's go on to the next clip. I think that was 19D we just saw. Let's go on to 19E. Actually, I'm sorry. Before you, is it Free Speech Systems' position today that the school was closed?
No.
Go ahead.
I don't want this to ever happen, but I wish it was real instead of fake. That is 100 times more scary.
Yeah, you know what? I agree with you right there. I wish it was real. I wish I would just go away. It's affected my entire family. It's affected my lifestyle.
They wish it was real, right?
Are you asking whether he said that? He says that, yes.
He being Alex Jones.
Alex said that, yes.
Let's go to 19G, please.
I just need help. I need the voices. I need help. And now with the FBI data showing that there are no murders in Newtown, I mean, come on. This is common sense.
Incredible. We're going to come back and talk about how folks can support you. And I do want to send some reporters up there with you as part of an investigation soon. Wolfgang is our guest, SandyHookJustice.com supporting. He has a lot of courage and a sterling record. He's putting it all on the line to expose what we all know is pure bull. By the way, our flagship product that's so hard to get, we haven't been out of it for 12 months, a small portion of it has gotten in and will sell out in the next day or so, bro.
Did it? Go ahead, sir.
Probably quicker. But if you want to get DNA Force and other InfoWarsLife.com products, InfoWarsLife.com, and your purchase helps fund this whole operation. It takes a lot of money. It's run an independent operation. We're not taxpayer funded.
So you saw that clip, right?
Yes.
Wolfgang pleads, I need your help, right?
I think he says that, yes.
And Alex Jones offers help. He says, I'm going to send some reporters up there with you, right?
Yes, he says I have to send some reporters up there.
And you know that he had actually already done that. Because earlier that year, do you remember the video we saw where it started out and Jones said, you know, conspiracy theorists shut down at the Newtown Board of Ed?
Yes, we had sent Dan Badandi up there.
Right. Dan Badandi went up there for that one.
Correct.
As a Infowars, quote, reporter, correct?
Yes.
And that was the time Wolfgang Halbig tried to get into the United Way and the police confronted him, right?
Right, that was the same day.
Dan Badandi was with him, yes?
Yes.
And then after telling Wolfgang Halbig that he was going to send reporters up there with him, he plugged Wolfgang Halbig's website, Sandy Hook Justice, right?
Yes, I think every time he's on, he puts the website up.
Sometimes they'll just put the link in the bottom so that the viewers can see it, right?
Correct.
Sometimes Alex Jones will say the website, sandyhookjustice.com, correct?
Yes.
Sometimes they actually put up a screenshot of the website itself.
Yes.
And on that website, Sandy Hook Justice, Wolfgang Halbig's website, is entirely devoted to Halbig's claims that the shooting was fake, an illusion, correct?
Yes.
And Halbig also had a link on that website to help him raise money, didn't he?
Yes.
Okay. And Alex Jones encouraged his audience to support Wolfgang Halbig financially, correct?
If they wanted, yes.
Let's go to, was that G? Oh, and then right after he plugs the website, he gives his own store a little plug, right?
He does that after all of the segments.
Right.
So, yes.
Right. DNA Force Plus on this one?
Yes.
And this video obviously would have been uploaded to Infowars.com after, right?
Sure.
Would have been clipped up and titled, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And when it was, viewers could click on Infowars store and go buy a product, right?
Right.
And that's the type of thing Google Analytics would tell you, right?
Whether they clicked from that particular video, yes, you would be able to tell if you clicked from, say, Adon Salazar's article, and then they went to the store and then subsequently purchased from the store. You'd be able to tell that.
Right. And if they purchase DNA Force, it looks like it's about on sale for $129.95, yes?
At the time of that airing, yes.
Yeah.
I don't know what it goes for now. I don't know. At that time.
Yeah, they still sell it.
I think so, yes.
All right. So let's play 19I.
CNN admits they did fake scud attacks on themselves back in 1991, 1990. Would they stage this? I don't know. Do penguins live in Antarctica? Wolfgang W. Halbig's our guest, former state police officer, then worked for the Customs Department, and then over the last decades created one of the biggest, most successful school safety training groups, and he just has gone and investigated, and it's as phony as a $3 bill, and they've been, but man, Wolfgang, you dropped a bombshell of your scores of points, your 16 questions. If you've got a school of 100 kids, and then nobody can find them, and then you've got parents laughing on, then they walk over to the camera and go, and not just one, but a bunch of parents doing this, and then photos of kids that are still alive, they said died. I mean, they think we're so dumb that it's really hidden in plain view. And so the preponderance, I mean, I thought they had some scripting early on to exacerbate and milk the crisis, as Rahm Emanuel said. But when you really look at it, where are the lawsuits? There would be incredible lawsuits and payouts, but there haven't been any filed, nothing. I've never seen this. This is incredible.
That's not the first time we've seen Alex Jones mockingly cry about what happened to these families, is it?
I think we talked about another video earlier, yes.
And it's not the last time he did it either, is it?
I don't remember if he does it again, so I'm not sure, but
And there he's talking about not just one, but a bunch of parents doing this, right?
he says that in the video, yes.
Sure does. He also says you got 100 kids and nobody can find them,
He said that in the video, yes.
right? And when he's telling his audience that they rolled in all these kids for the big production, but of course, because they were actors, nobody can find them now, right?
I don't really know what he's referring to there.
And when he refers to the pictures of children who were killed who are still alive, he's telling his audience that the children they say died are still alive. They were actors, isn't he?
I don't know what he's saying there. I know what he
You
said.
saw the video?
Yes.
He said you have pictures of children who died who are still alive, correct?
He said that.
And that happens because the children were faking it themselves.
Objection,
correct?
argumentative, Judge. The video speaks for itself.
Overruled.
I don't know what he's referring to there. He doesn't say.
Are you able to use your powers of deduction, Ms. Paz, to tell this jury what free speech systems now knows, which is that he was referring to the children themselves as being actors?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is Ben Wheeler an actor?
Objection.
Overruled.
Is Ben Wheeler an actor?
Yes.
No, Free Speech Systems doesn't contend that he is.
Is Abiel Richmond an actor?
No.
Is Dylan Hockley an actor?
No.
Is Daniel Barden an actor?
No.
Is Emily Parker an actor?
No.
Is Bill Aldenberg an actor?
No.
Let's go to 19J, please.
I just need help. I need the voices. I need help. And now with the FBI data showing that there are no murders in Newtown, I mean, come on. This is common sense.
Incredible. We're going to come back and talk about how folks can support you. And I do want to send some reporters up there with you.
I think we already saw this one.
That was G.
I meant 19J, please. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Well, that's what tyrants always do. They push a little too far and find out people weren't scared. We were just reserved. And then the boys from the men are separated and the thugs always fall. SandyHookJustice.com. Folks, get in there and help this investigation. Fund it. Both gang will talk to you soon.
Now you can watch the Alex Jones Show live as it happens at Infowars.com/show.
You'll find links to all of our content there and a free 15-day trial for Prison Planet TV.
More than 60 movies and documentaries all in one place at Infowars.com/show.
Jones here to break down some exciting developments in the area of research concerning supplemental iodine. It's nothing less than phenomenal.
That was September 25th. That's what we just saw, right?
I believe that was the date, yes.
The article, FBI says no one killed at Sandy Hook, was the 24th, correct?
Yes.
The first broadcast was the 24th, that same day. So we looked at it earlier.
Okay.
Then
Sorry.
Albie comes on the 25th.
Yes.
That's what we just saw.
Yes.
Can we pull up Exhibit 133, please?
133 is not a full exhibit, Your Honor.
I think it's agreed to.
It is agreed to, Judge.
So
This is an email sent 3 days later by Wolfgang Halbig to Nico Acosta, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Nico Acosta was the producer for the Alex Jones show, yes?
Yes.
Can you read what Wolfgang writes to Nico?
You want me to read the whole thing?
I do.
Sure. Nico, please thank Alex again for his great work in helping our cause in funding our legal bill. We are receiving donations because of him. Please ask him if he would donate at least $1 as well as you to be on our Sandy Hook Justice team. Thanks again, Wolfgang.
How much money did Wolfgang Halbig get as a result of Alex Jones's encouraging his audience to support him?
I don't know.
All right. Now, let's talk about this article. Can we pull up Exhibit 134, please? This is not yet in evidence, but it's agreed to, Your Honor.
It is agreed,
It is a
Judge.
full exhibit, Your Honor.
Sorry, it's been, I had
It was admitted day one.
Oh, it was?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Now, this is an email from Tim Fruget, business director for Infowars, correct?
At that time, yes.
Yes, at that time. October 14th, 2014, correct?
That's what it says.
3 weeks after the article ran and the videos ran that we just saw, right?
Yes.
And it's to Adon Salazar, the author of that false article, correct?
Yes, it's to Don, yes.
And it has some attachments. The attachments are titled Alexa Unique Visits, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. Now, Alexa, I think we talked about yesterday, is another web-based program that allows you to kind of see where your rankings are as a website, correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
We saw those rankings yesterday in one of the media kits where Alex Jones was on top and then there were other media outlets below him, correct?
Right, I remember that.
Right. And none of those other media outlets that we saw yesterday, they never said Sandy Hook was fake, did they?
Which media outlets? What do you mean?
Remember we saw Rush Limbaugh?
Oh, okay. I don't believe there's been any allegations that they had said such things, so.
And then the second attachment is what?
It says Google Analytics.jpg.
Right. So let's go down to the second page. All right. Joe will remember this from opening. Do you see there a chart?
I see it.
And this chart is Google Analytics, correct?
I don't know if it's Google or Alexa or one of them, but it looks like Analytics.
Okay. And what you see here is a chart with dates along the bottom, correct?
Yes, I see that date range from September 22nd through October 13th.
And if you look at this line here, and I know I'm a little bit far away, but I want everybody to be able to see it. Maybe it's easier if I go over there. May I, Your Honor? May I go over there? So let's see here. You have September 22nd, right?
Yes.
Okay. And it's broken up into weeks. So you have September 22nd to September 29th, yes?
1 week period, yes.
Okay. And there are, let's see, 1 line, 2 line, 3 line, 4 lines. So it looks like each line represents about 2 days. Yeah?
Sure.
Okay. So we come to the second line, this would be September 24th, right?
Or thereabouts.
Or thereabouts.
Sure.
The third line might be September 26th, or thereabouts.
Or thereabouts.
Fourth line, September 28th, somewhere in there, yes?
Sure.
And what we're seeing here are a chart showing unique visitors.
Yes, that's what it says.
And unique visitors are bumping along here in September around, let's say, just shy of 500,000 a day. Yes?
About.
We're eyeballing it, right?
Right.
It's about 500,000 a day.
Sure, approximately.
And right around between September 24th and September 25th, when this article is published, it spikes to just under 2 million, correct?
I mean, so it looks like more than 1.5. I'll say that. It's not quite 2, but it's not 1.5. So probably more than 1.5.
Okay.
Yes.
You're not going to argue with me that there's a spike.
It looks like a spike, yes.
And that spike, you would say, goes from somewhere south of 500,000 to somewhere between 1.5 and 2 million unique visitors, correct?
Somewhere above 1.5 and less than 2, sure.
Let's go to the next chart. Now, this one, no, I'm sorry, Pratik, did you have the, I want to do the next spike. All right. Now, this one is measuring page views, yes?
Yes, I see.
Same idea, you got the dates on the bottom.
Yes, I see that.
All right. And what you're seeing here is bumping along, let's say somewhere between 1 and 2 million, right up until the article is published, right?
Yes, so somewhere above 1.5, but less than 2, I see that.
And then it spikes up to about 3 million. You can agree?
About 3, yeah, that's what it looks like.
That's per day page views, yes? That's what we're measuring here, page views per day.
Page views, right. Well, in that 2-day-ish period.
Right.
Right.
Right. Over the past 28 days, what you see here is they had 34.2 million page views.
Right, that's what it says.
Let's go to visits. Is there visits? There is visits. Okay. So now you see, same idea, but we're talking about visits, right?
Yes.
Bumping along here, let's say between, I don't know, 400,000 and 700,000, let's say, visits per day.
Yes,
right?
I see that.
Spikes up to over 2 million when the article's published and when the videos come out, yes?
In that period, right.
Right.
I see that.
All right. Now, let's go to the next chart. You remember there were multiple attachments here.
I saw that, yes.
All right, let's stay on that one right there. Okay. Now, similar idea here. Obviously, you recognize this to be Google Analytics, right?
Yes, I do.
All right. And you see here, again, dates along the horizontal axis beginning September 15th, right?
Yes.
All right. And Google Analytics, you testified earlier, measures things like web performance, visitors, clicks, all that stuff, right?
Sure.
So here we are, mid-September, the week, between September 15th and September 22nd. You're at about, 1 to 1.5 million, right? Page views here we're talking about. See that?
Yeah, so on September 15th, it spikes up a little bit above 1.5. I don't know, maybe.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, okay. So we're just focusing on this first week, right?
Right.
There's a little bit of a spike on September 15th, isn't there?
Yes.
Okay. And then it's kind of cruising along below 1.5 million until September 22nd, right?
Right, it hovers around 1.5 million and drops off.
Okay, let's pull back from the chart here. Just focus on my questions, Ms. Fox,
Sure.
okay? Then here again, in the next week, between September 22nd and September 29th, you'd agree with me that page views...
Objection to the form, Judge.
It's fine, Mark. Am I correct that page views jumps up to just under 3 million over the 2 days when this article was published and the videos were broadcast?
Yes, I do see the spike that you're pointing to, just under 3 million page views.
And this period covers, let's say, I don't know, September 13th to about October 13th, right? This is about a month of data, yes?
Yeah, give or take. Doesn't say the exact dates, but.
And what Google Analytics is telling you here in this chart is that 33.4% of all page views during this month were new visitors, correct?
The green slice of the pie?
That's right.
Yes.
See, green means new visitor, right?
Yes.
Blue means returning visitor.
Yes.
And for this month, 33.4% of the people visiting were new, right?
That's what it says, yes.
Let's go to the next chart, please. Is that it for that one? Okay. Okay, great. Now, Ms. Paz, having seen all that now, by the way, why did Tim Fruget send all those analytics to Adon Salazar, who wrote that article?
Objection to the form, Judge.
Overruled.
I don't know. I didn't ask about it.
You don't know. Having seen that, and now coupling that with all the other emails we saw during the preceding 2 months about Google Analytics, will free speech systems now tell this jury that yes, it did in fact use Google Analytics?
I'm sorry, I have just the same answer. I don't know.
Let's pull up Exhibit 135, please. It's agreed to, Your Honor?
I think it's already in.
If it is,
135 is not in yet.
Oh, agreed.
all right. Now, here we are again, October 9th. What was the date of the last one? Remember? Oh. I'll tell you. The email we just saw that Tim Fruget sent to Adon Salazar was October 14th. This is October 9th, just a few days earlier. Yeah?
That's what it looks like, yes.
Okay, it's Tim Fruget again,
Yes.
sending a Google Analytics Facebook example to a guy named Rob R. Who's that?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure as I sit here. I'm sorry.
You can tell from the email address he's an Infowars employee.
Yes. Yes.
All right. And let's bring up that Analytics Facebook example. All right. Let's pull up now. You see here, this is September 23rd, right?
That's what it says, yes.
Am I correct, ma'am? I know Free Speech Systems testimony here over and over again is that it doesn't know whether it used Google Analytics. But do you know whether Google Analytics was available to Infowars to also track its performance on social media?
I don't. I'm sorry.
Let's pull up this, just the pie chart here with all the colors. Okay. I'm sorry. Should have said with the date as well. Now, can you remind the jury when that article, FBI says nobody killed at Sandy Hook, was published?
Is that a question to me?
It is.
I believe it's September 24th.
Right. So this is the day before, right?
That's what it looks like.
And what it shows here are the top channels through which people are arriving to Infowars.com, correct?
Oh, how they're getting to the website, yes.
How
So
they're getting to the website.
direct search, organic search, yes, that's
Right.
what it looks like.
Right. And so what you see here is direct visitors. What that means is people just type in Infowars.com because they want to go there.
Right.
Organic search means people are searching for Infowars.com and it sends them there, correct?
Or it's coming up on search terms. If they're say they search Alex Jones or they search a particular topic and they're coming up on the Google search results organically.
Organically.
Right. So it would include search terms, not necessarily just Infowars.
Right. So somebody's searching on Google, quote, FBI says nobody killed at Sandy Hook. They're coming to Infowars. That's an organic search, right?
Right.
And so the direct, on September 23rd, I'm going to come this way because I'm the jury's way. The direct, and you have the screen in front of you, right? On the day before they publish this article, is 39.3% of all visitors are coming direct. They know they want to go to Infowars.com, type it in, go, right?
That's what it says, yes.
25% are searching for something on Google, Infowars.com comes up, they click on it, they come. Yes?
Right.
24.2% are clicking on a link on social media, correct?
That's what that says, yes.
And then they're coming to Infowars.com through that link.
Right.
Okay. 10% are being referred from another website. That means that, because you know that Infowars.com at this time was paying to advertise itself on other websites, right?
Right.
And so they do that to get more visitors to their site, so another website had referred them there, right?
Right.
And then there's, okay. And then it looks like there's two other categories that are not depicted here. One is email, right?
Yes.
You know that Infowars had a daily email newsletter that would go out.
Yes, it has a newsletter.
Okay, and so people can click on, and that newsletter contains links to all the stories that Infowars runs that day.
Right.
Okay, so you know, you get an email in your inbox. Good morning, here's the latest stories from Infowars, right?
Right.
Okay. All right, now let's go to, let's go down the page a little bit. And whereas the pie chart showed the percentages, this shows the numbers, yes?
That's what it looks like, yes.
Okay, and so on September 23rd, the day before the article runs, they had a total of 543,000 sessions, yes?
Yes.
31% of those were new.
New sessions, yes.
Okay. All right, great. So let's go down to the next day. Here we are on September 24th, right?
Yes.
This is the day the article runs, yes?
Yes.
And just to remind the jury, this is an email sent 3 weeks after the article ran, right?
This chart is in the email. I believe that's the date, yes, in early October.
3 weeks
Right.
after the article runs, Tim Fruget, the business director, is putting together numbers for these dates, right?
That's what it looks like.
On the day the article runs, do you remember on the chart before? Let's go back up, just to remind everybody. The pie chart, yeah. On September 23rd, you remember that social media was 24.2% of traffic to Infowars.com, right?
I see that, yes.
Let's go to the next one. On the 24th, social media more than doubles as a source for traffic to Infowars.com, right?
That's what it looks like,
It
yes.
goes from 24 to 54% of all traffic coming to Infowars.com is being sent from social media, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
This is the year Alex Jones had 2.2 billion impressions on social media, correct?
I don't recall the number, but I know we talked about that yesterday.
Right.
Yes.
And whereas before, on the day before, the direct traffic, that is people coming to Infowars.com, is now in half, right?
Right, that's what it says.
Right. And so, Mr. Paz, what we're seeing here, according to Infowars Google Analytics, is Adon Salazar's false article taking off on social media and resulting in traffic to Infowars.com.
Objection, Judge. Argumentative.
Overruled.
That's what we're seeing.
I don't know what caused the spike, but as we said earlier, his article would have been posted to all of our social media outlets. So, I mean, could it have been? Yes, it could have been.
Well,
I don't know from looking at this what they're clicking on from social media.
right. But you do know that the email we just showed had Tim Fruget sending Adon Salazar, the author of the article, similar data about performance over the weekend, correct?
I saw the email, yes.
And now we're seeing just a few days before Tim Fruget putting this together for the exact same week, correct?
For the same 2-day period, yes.
And you know that over this same time period, because of all this increased social media traffic coming to Infowars, its revenue spiked as well, correct?
I'd have to see the numbers, but.
I'll show you that in a minute.
Sure.
So on the day the article is published, social media accounts for more than half of all referrals to Infowars.com, right?
That's what it says, yes.
All right, let's go down to the next part of this. Okay. Now again, thank you. You read my mind. September 23rd, you'll recall that the total sessions the day before the article was published was 543,000, right?
Yes.
Let's
see
go
that.
to September 24th. I want to see the sessions down a little bit further. Thank you. Okay. It goes from 540-some thousand to 1 million sessions on the day it's published, correct?
I see that, yes.
Okay. 583,000, more than half of it, now coming from social media, correct?
I see that, yes.
Let's go to September 25th. Yeah, you had it. There you, yep. The pie chart. I'm sorry. Yes. All right, September 25th. September 25th is the day Alex Jones has Wolfgang Halbig on the show. We saw that, right?
Right.
To talk about the article. Remember the title?
Right. He talks about other things too, but
Correct.
including the article, yes.
He talks about the cutout,
Yes.
right? He talks about the toxic waste dump,
Yes.
right? Alex Jones does the mock crying, correct?
Yeah, he talked about a few things,
He
yes.
talks about 100 kids that no longer can be found, right?
He said that in the video,
He
yes.
talks about photos of kids who they say died who are still alive. Talks about all that, yes?
He said that in the video, yes.
This is the day he did that.
I think that's the same day, yes.
Right. And now on this day, we saw on the day before, the day the article was published, social media went from about 24% to over 50%, right, of the referral traffic.
Yes.
Now it's up to how much?
80, is that an 86.3?
That looks like 66.
Okay, 66.3.
That's what it looks like to me.
Sorry. It's hard to tell on the screen. 66.3.
Okay, 66.3. Spikes again, right?
That's what it looks like.
Okay. And now, direct traffic to Infowars.com, people who actually know they want to go there, is only at 20%, yes?
Yes.
So everybody, all these extra people that are coming to Infowars.com are getting there from social media, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And when they get there, they're seeing ads, right?
When they get where? To the article?
Infowars.com.
Oh, yes.
They're seeing ads.
Yes.
I mean, we actually saw an ad right next to the article for DNA Force Plus.
They're on all the articles.
Right.
Every article has an ad.
Right now, I'm only asking you about one.
Sure. That article, there was an ad.
And there was a 33% sale on DNA Force, right?
I think that's what it said.
All right. Now here, let's go down to the numbers now, Tika. On September 24th, it was just over 1 million sessions in the day, right?
I recall that, yes.
Now it's at 1.7 million, right?
That's what it says, yes.
With 1.1 million coming from social,
That's what it says.
dwarfing all the other sources of referrals, correct?
It is the largest source.
Okay, let's pull out of that. Let's go down to, is there one for the 26th? Now, still going here, right? Now, the 26th, it's a little bit down. It had been 66% on the day of the video broadcast with Halving. Now we're 1 day on. Social media is still way above where it was before the article was written, but it's starting to ebb a little bit down to 53% of all sources to the Infowars.com, right?
Right, I see that.
It's down from 66 to 53.
53, yes. I see that.
Let's go down to the numbers, please. And the day before, you had seen 1.7 million total sessions. It's down to 950,000, right?
Yes.
And The day earlier, on the day of the broadcast, social media as a source of referrals had been at about 1 million, and now it's just over 500,000, yes?
Yes.
Okay, so now it's coming down, right?
Yes.
So what we're seeing now is the backside of that spike we saw in the other charts, correct?
That's what it looks like.
All right. Let's go down to the next, if there is an X. Okay, 27, and we're seeing that same phenomenon here. Now we're 2 days after the video broadcast, right?
Yes.
Social media is starting to come down again as a source for referral, yes?
Slightly, yes.
Right, what had been 50?
Yeah, I was like 52% or something
So,
to
it's
that
still down,
effect.
so that article's still doing okay, right?
Objection, speculative.
I think we said earlier, I'm not really sure how they were getting there from social. So it's from social. It depends on how many posts there were that day and what posts they were clicking on that day. So I can't say for sure which posts they were clicking on.
Right, so you're not going to testify here under oath, are you, that the article published on September 24th, 2014, and the video on September 24th, 2015, and September 25th, 2014, you're not going to tell this jury that that article and those videos are the reasons for these spikes, are you? You're not going to tell them that.
I would be speculating. I don't know for sure.
I mean, you have all this evidence in front of you, but you still
Objection.
speculation.
Sustained.
So on September 27th, it's going down. Now direct referrals are creeping back up, right?
I see that, yes.
Let's go down to the 28th. Okay. And now you have direct, which is now in blue. Direct now comprises the plurality, right? 34.8% of all referrals are now back to being direct, yes?
I see that, yes.
And social media, close behind, but now not the top referrer.
I see that, yes.
Okay. All right. Now what I want to do, Ms. Paz, is I want to bring up, now you testified yesterday. And you've heard the testimony of David Jones and Timothy Boucher, that the business model here is maximize audience to the website and then send them to the store and hopefully they buy stuff. That's the business model.
Right.
All right. So what I'm going to do now, do we have that exhibit? One moment, Your Honor. Thank you. 278 is not it, right? 278. Correct. Can we bring up Exhibit 278 for Ms. Paz, please?
Yeah, this is not a photo.
That's right, just for Ms. Paz. Ms. Paz.
May I have a moment, please?
Take your time.
I'm ready. Thank you.
One of the things that you were asked to prepare on was revenue to Infowars, correct?
Yes, I believe that was one of the topics.
And you testified yesterday that between 2012 and today, withdraw that. Between 2012 and the moment you were testifying yesterday, Infowars had made hundreds of millions of dollars, correct?
I said I couldn't subscribe to a number because I would just have to see the numbers, but yes, it's millions and millions of dollars.
No. Yesterday, you agreed that Infowars during that time period had made hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, although you didn't know the precise number, correct?
Right, I don't know the number. I don't know the precise number.
But that's what you testified to. I just want to make it very, very clear, because just now, a moment ago, you tried to say that you had testified that they had made millions and millions. But what you said yesterday was that Infowars had made hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars between 2012 and the date of your testimony.
I don't remember, but I'll accept what you're saying. I mean, I know that they've made millions and millions of dollars. I just don't want to say how much because I just don't recall. I wanted to refresh my recollection of how much.
You're the corporate representative for Free Speech Systems, correct?
Yes?
You're required to prepare yourself to testify about the revenue that Free Speech Systems receive, correct?
Yes, that was asked.
I am not asking you for a precise number. Let's start here. Are you able to testify as Free Speech Systems corporate representative that between the years 2012 and yesterday, Free Speech Systems has made more than $100 million?
I think that's fair.
Are you able to testify that it's made more than $200 million?
I don't know. I would like to see the numbers.
Are you able to testify that it's made more than $1 billion?
Judge, badgering at this point.
Overruled.
I don't think it's made $1 billion, so no, it hasn't.
Okay. So your testimony right now as you're testifying to this jury is that you can testify under oath that Free Speech Systems has made somewhere between $100 million and $1 billion between 2012 and yesterday, correct?
No, I think what I said was I don't know what the number is.
I'm asking you a different question now.
Okay.
You just testified that, yes, you can tell this jury Infowars has made over $100 million, but you're not willing to tell them that it's made $1 billion. So now I'm focusing on this range, that at least you're willing to testify to this range. And the range that I've just heard you testify to is, you can tell this jury that Free Speech Systems has made over $100 million since 2012, and between $1 billion, but that's as specific as you can get, right?
Without seeing documents, yes.
Okay. So let's look at, you have the exhibit, right?
Yes.
Now, Infowars produced some sales revenue in this case, correct?
I believe it has, yes.
And one of the platforms that you testified earlier that Free Speech Systems makes money over is InfowarsShop.com.
One of the ways, yes.
And InfowarsShop.com was, in 2014, was the principal online, the main online store for Free Speech Systems, right?
I think that's fair, yes.
In 2015, they transferred over to InfowarsStore.com.
Right.
But before 2015, it was InfowarsShop.com.
Yes.
And Free Speech Systems produced sales revenue for 2014 occurring over InfowarsShop.com, correct?
I believe we did, yes.
And that's what you see before you, yes?
I think that's what this is, yes.
I'll offer it, Your Honor.
No objection, Judge.
So ordered.
Now, Ms. Seshadri, could you please pull up, well, just pull up the main exhibit so the jury can see it. All right. And actually, there were some exhibits, some sales reports that were produced year by year, but InfowarsShop.com was produced for all the years that it had data for, according to Infowars, correct?
Right.
All right. And so what we're seeing here, this is row 1, right? According to this sheet, on May 25th, 2010, that's the first date for which Infowars provided data, correct?
That's what this says, yes.
All right. We'll deal with the rest of it later. Why don't we go down to September 2014? Here we go. I'm going to start with you on September 20. Well, let's just look at the few days before, starting September 19th, okay? On September 19th, you'd agree with me that Infowars reported 60,000 in daily sales, yes? Just on this website, yes?
That's what it says, yes.
On the next day, it was 43,000 just on this website, yes?
Yes.
On September 21st, it was 45,000.
That's what it says, yes.
On September 22nd, it was 62,000.
Yes.
On September 23rd, it was 56,000.
Yes.
On September 24th, this is the day the article was published, yes?
The 24th, yes.
It's 48,000, right?
That's what it says, yes.
The article then, and you recall that on September 24th is when the social media was still a minority percentage of the overall traffic, right?
I do remember that, yes.
On September 24th, the revenue over this platform goes from $48,000 to $232,000 in a day, right?
Yes, that's what it says.
Okay. That's like a 500% increase?
My math is terrible, so I don't know the percentage.
Okay. Then the next day, and this is the day that the next day we saw data, social media on the 25th and on the 26th had jumped to first place as referral source for revenue, right? I'm sorry, referral source for website traffic.
I recall that, yes.
Right. And it's ebbing off a little bit, but it goes from 232,000 to 128,000, right?
Yes, that's what it says.
Still twice, more than twice what it was on September 23rd, right?
It is more, yes.
And then it starts to drop off again, correct?
That's what it looks like, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Attorney Matty, we're approaching the lunch hour, so when it's,
Your Honor, this would be a perfect time.
all right,
Oh, wait, can I just ask one more question?
you may.
Ms. Potts, now having seen all of those analytics, is it still Free Speech System's testimony to this jury that it just doesn't know if it uses them?
It uses what? Google Analytics?
Yes, sir.
Same answer, yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so we'll take the lunch recess. We'll be back, if you could get back by 5:02 so that we can promptly start at 2 p.m. Ron, you know the routine now. We'll collect your notepads, so keep them secure. I don't want to just keep saying the same thing over and over again, but if you are going to leave the building to enjoy the nice weather, just make sure you steer clear of the witnesses and the lawyers and the media, right? And I hope you all have a nice lunch. I am going to stay on the record to address something with counsel. So have a nice lunch.
Take your books and stuff. Can I look at something on the screen right now?
You may just get your stuff.
Do you like detach it or something?
I'll see you in the sidebar, counsel. All of you. So you know how I have to keep reminding the between the injections, and you're doing it half no. Well, you did better. You're much better. Put me on the spot. I didn't see the witnesses back. It's I don't want to say it. Well, you asked, and I didn't want it. But then I saw your back, and I couldn't see what you're doing when you were doing it, and I don't want
I'm sorry.
and I don't want, no, I just can't see that far. You were turned, you're blocking the screen anyway. Now, I just don't want anyone in that area. I just feel like it's just, there's no
Understood.
thing.
Understood.
I just want to give them more space, that's all.
Yep, understood. I forgot that.
Well, you did ask, and I said yes.
Can I get
because
an advisory?
You're going to ask about the flip chart, right?
No. I'm going to abuse you later.
Can you hear Attorney Charles?
It's just about what we're supposed to say.
About what?
It's about the courtroom, where things are. So if we're going to use a screen with a witness, like a big screen that's in the jury, so for example, to show documents.
I have my own screen. I'm not sure. Just not there because it's too,
So where should we put the screen?
wherever you all agree.
Because if we put it there, you're not going to listen to the jury. It's covered.
I don't want,
Can I roll the screen around here?
why don't you guys talk about
Okay,
it?
we'll figure it out.
Just make, I think Ron was concerned that the screen was blocking Attorney Pattis.
Okay, and also, so we'll talk about what we can be.
Can you guys talk about that, because I know where they had the screen at first, Ron didn't like it, because he thought it was blocking the defense.
Well,
So I know it's
Judge,
hard.
Judge, you don't want Chris or me on that side of the screen either. You don't want to see my phone.
I don't, because I cannot have the witnesses back. It's
I
just,
understand. Try to work out.
she was working that case, just so you know, because she was down in the jail.
Wow. By the way, just while I had the potential, you cannot keep the phones working.
Covered in the screen. Let me talk to Ron, if they can do
I would.
it.
It's all.
Right.
Simply just.
Can you keep it to the Well, not here, because I want to get on the record. But yours, when you're...
It's really hard.
It makes a lot of noise when you touch it.
And the other thing is, it's got that. Yeah, you might be all right.
What if we turn them off?
We can speak. You can hear us. The question is, can you just turn off our table?
I concur. I've never had a case with a hot mic that, hey, well, I don't have a client sitting there. You know, Mr.
None of us are here.
Well, I told Tommy Battles, I told you that something's picked out.
Shut up. I'm not even there.
I joined.
Okay, let me see how I can fix that, okay? All right, so we will take the lunch recess.
All rise, please. Court now stands in lunch and recess.
Thank you, sir.
So, Chris.
Yes.
Commitments.
There you go, Your Honor.
Alrighty.
So we ready for the panel?
Are we ready, counsel?
Yes, sure.
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
Whatever next.
476.
You sure?
Thank you.
All right, good afternoon. Welcome back. Hope everyone had a nice lunch. Thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome back. Now we'll distribute your notebooks. I'll count to 10 at the same time. And counsel will stipulate that our entire panel has returned.
Yes.
Yes, sure.
All right, please be seated, everyone. Just all settled in. That's all, Ron? All right, whenever you're ready, and Ms. Paz, you can resume the stand. Thank you. Do you need my water?
Afraid I'm going to run out.
You may inquire whenever you're ready, counsel.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Ms. Paz, when we left for lunch, we had just finished showing the jury a series of Google Analytics graphs, all covering the 3-day period between September 24th, the date the article FBI says nobody killed at Sandy Hook, and through the September 25th, when the broadcast with Mr. Halbig was titled FBI says nobody killed at Sandy Hook massacre featuring Wolfgang Halbig, correct?
Yes, I recall that.
So that's September of 2014. At the end of 2014, Free Speech Systems posted on its website a documentary called We Need to Talk About Sandy Hook, correct?
Yes, I don't recall the exact date, but yes.
And that documentary set forth the same false claim that Mr. Jones had been making these years, that Sandy Hook was a fake stage event, correct?
I think that was the sum and substance of the documentary, yes.
And then on December 28th, 2014, Mr. Jones published a video titled America, the False Democracy, correct? You recall that?
Yes, again, I just don't recall the date, but yes, I recall a video with that title.
Okay, all right. And this has been marked, Your Honor, and admitted as Exhibit 22, America, the False Democracy, identified as a video published by Infowars on December 28th, 2014.
That is the full exhibit, Your Honor.
Agreed. I'd like to play clip 22A, please.
May I speak to Attorney Manning?
Let's talk to Kevin. Kevin, go ahead. You're on the air.
Hi, I'm calling about Sandy Hook. Basically, my take on it is I live about 50 miles from Newtown, and the whole thing is pretty much the next step in reality TV. Because with other false flags like 9/11 or Oklahoma City or the Boston bombing, at least something happened. With Sandy Hook, there's no there. You've got a bunch of people walking around a parking lot, pretty much what it comes down to, and none of the
No, I've had the investigators on. I've had the state police have gone public. You name it. The whole thing is a giant hoax. And the problem is, how do you deal with a total hoax? I mean, how do you even convince the public something's a total hoax?
Very hard because, anytime I talk about this issue with people, you get criticized, blackballed, ridiculed, called every name in the book, or they respond with the magic words. They were saying on TV, there's no statement more proof positive of somebody who's been brainwashed by that stuff, mainstream media, than those words. They were saying on TV. Well, I always tell people the same thing. Go out and prove the official story. And I knew the millisecond this happened with that now fake picture of the kids being let out of school, that there's nothing that's going to sell this agenda like dead elementary school kids.
Well, that's right. The general public doesn't know the school was actually closed the year before. They don't know they've shielded all, demolished the building. They don't know that they have the kids going in circles in and out of the building as a photo op, blue screen, green screens they got caught using. I mean, the whole thing. But remember, this is the same White House that's been caught running the fake Bin Laden raid that's come out and been fake. It's the same White House that got caught running all these other fake events over and over again. And it's the same White House that says, I never said that you could keep your doctor, when he did say you could keep your doctor. People just instinctively know that there's a lot of fraud going on. But it took me about a year with Sandy Hook to come to grips with the fact that the whole thing was fake. I mean, even I couldn't believe it. I knew they jumped on it, used the crisis, hyped it up, but then I did deep research, and my gosh, it just pretty much didn't happen. Unbelievable. Stay with us.
I think you testified yesterday that from the day of the shooting until today, Free Speech Systems has not done any investigation of the circumstances surrounding the event itself, correct?
Independent investigation? No, that's correct.
Right. So when Alex Jones says to his audience, I've done deep research, that's a lie, correct?
It's not accurate. That's correct.
Now, at the beginning of that video, the first thing Alex Jones says, he kind of cuts off the caller and he says, no, I know, I've had investigators on, the state police have gone public. The investigator he's talking about is Wolfgang Halbig, right?
Right.
Now he says investigators, correct?
He does.
Right. But he's just referring to Wolfgang Halbig.
I think that's who he's referring to, yes.
And when he says the state police have gone public, he's talking about Wolfgang Halbig, right?
I'm not sure because obviously Mr. Halbig's not Connecticut State Police, so
right.
I don't
who
know.
else would he be talking about?
I don't know, and I didn't ask him that specific question.
Because one of the things that Wolfgang Halbig told Infowars was that he had, in a previous career, been a state trooper, right?
He did say that, yes.
But Free Speech Systems today just doesn't know whether he's talking about Halbig here.
Right.
And he says this bit again about the school being closed the year before. We know that's not true, right?
Right.
He says that, by the way, he says that the kids were going around the school in circles for a photo op, right?
Yes, he said that a couple of times.
Not true.
Right.
And this is over a year after the state's attorney's report about the shooting itself had come out and delivered to Infowars, correct?
Well, correct. Employees at Infowars had been given a copy, right? And I don't know if Alex read it, but...
You said that yesterday.
Right.
And one of the reasons you don't know if you read it is because you didn't ask him about it, right?
I did not.
And you haven't read his deposition, even though you asked for it.
Right. I didn't read the depo.
And you heard him say, talked about the Bloomberg email again, right?
He did.
You know there was no email about Sandy Hook from Bloomberg, right?
Regarding Sandy Hook, right?
Right. And he said, synthetic, completely fake, with actors, manufactured. Yes?
I think he used those words, yes.
Now, 2 months later, we're now in 2015, February 2015. Actually, no, hold on one second. Hold on one second. That was December 28th. That's what we just saw, right? December 28th?
I believe so.
Let's pull up Exhibit 143. This is agreed to, Your Honor.
That is a full exhibit, Your Honor. Agreed.
Now, this is an email dated December 21st, 2014, right? See that?
Yes, I do see that.
And it's from Wolfgang Halbig, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Now, you've seen this email before, correct? We can pull up the body of it if you'd like.
Could we?
Yes, please.
Yes, I have seen it.
And you've seen this because this email was sent to Free Speech Systems, correct?
Amongst other people, yes.
Amongst other people,
yes.
Free Speech Systems got it, yes?
Right.
Okay. And who is Michelle here?
I think it is a relative of one of the victims of Sandy Hook.
Okay. It's not just a relative, it's the mother of a young girl who was murdered there, correct?
That's what it says.
Would you please read it aloud?
Michelle, how could you and your husband, as responsible parents, even allow your precious child, Josephine, to attend that filthy and deplorable-looking school on December 14th, 2012? The school, as you must have known, is and was a toxic waste dump, as reported by environmental consultants who requested more money from the City of Newtown leaders before demolishing the school and transported all of the high levels of lead paint, high levels of asbestos, and especially the high levels of PCBs in the groundwater at Sandy Hook out of state. Josephine, your child, should have expected more from you before that tragic day as a parent. You are supposed to protect her from serious lifelong health risks when you sent her to that school every day.
Free Speech Systems gets this email from Wolfgang Halbig just days before Alex Jones goes on the show and refers to Wolfgang Halbig as one of the people that the public should rely upon in believing that this was a hoax, correct?
You mean whether it was sent before? It was
Yeah.
sent, yes.
Right. This is Wolfgang Halbig sending an email to the mother of a murdered child 2 years after the shooting. In fact, just a week after the 2-year anniversary of the shooting. Blaming her for sending her child to a toxic waste dump of a school, correct?
That's what the email says.
And when Free Speech Systems got this, surely it said, we can no longer associate ourselves with this guy, Wolfgang Halbig. This is even too much for us. They said that, right?
I don't know if and when or at all who read this.
May I have my question read back, please?
You may.
Yes, ma'am. The mother of a murdered child 2 years after the shooting, in fact, just a week after the 2-year anniversary of the shooting, blaming her for sending her child to a toxic waste dump of a school, correct?
That's what the email says.
And when Free Speech Systems got this, surely it said, we can no longer associate ourselves with this guy, Wolfgang Halbig. This is even too much for us. They said that, right?
I don't know if and when or at all who read this.
I claim that responsive, Judge.
I don't think we're on the record yet.
I'm sorry.
What's that?
I claim that it's responsive, Judge. No foundation.
Sorry, this is non-responsive.
Overruled.
Ma'am, can you answer the question I asked you?
Did they say that? I don't know.
Well, that's not true, Ms. Potts, is it?
Why?
Because you know that in 2015, Wolfgang Halbig continued to appear as a guest on the Alex Jones show, correct?
I'm sorry, I interpreted your question to mean, were there any discussions with people internally about whether he should be back on the show?
No. Let's just get one thing very, very clear. After receiving this email, Free Speech Systems continued to embrace its relationship with Wolfgang Halbig, correct?
He continued to appear, yes.
Not only did he continue to appear, Free Speech Systems continued to be in touch with Wolfgang Halbig all the way through 2020, correct?
What do you mean, in touch with him?
You familiar with an email that Rob Dew sent to Wolfgang Halbig in 2020, 2 years after this lawsuit was filed?
I don't recall.
We have that email. that admitted?
No, they object.
Can you pull it up for the witness, please? This is Exhibit 204, Your Honor. Not yet admitted.
No objection to it, sir.
This lawsuit was filed in 2018, correct?
Yes.
We just saw an email sent to Free Speech Systems in 2014 in which Wolfgang Halbig was harassing the mother of a murdered child, correct?
Yes.
Let's pull up the header of that. This is Wolfgang Halbig in November of 2020 sending an email to Rob Dew, correct?
That's what it says.
Rob Dew, one of Mr. Jones's longest, most trusted advisors, correct?
Sure.
The news director for Infowars, correct?
That's what he is, yes.
But he doesn't send it to his Infowars account. He sends it to his personal account. How did Wolfgang Halbig have Rob Dew's personal email account?
I don't know.
The subject is depot names, right?
That's what it says.
You know, depot is short for depositions, right?
I do know that.
Okay. Let's go down. And he's suggesting to Rob Dew the different depositions they should take in this case, correct?
I'm sorry, I'm just reading it. That's what it looks like.
Can you take it down? And this isn't the only time that Rob Dew and Wolfgang Halbig were talking about this case after it was filed, right?
I don't recall if there was.
So when Free Speech Systems gets that email from Wolfgang Halbig harassing the mother of a Sandy Hook student in December of 2014, it continued its relationship with him for the next 6 years at least, correct?
I don't think I would agree with 6 years, no.
Okay. Did you just see 2020 on that email, though?
I didn't see a response from Rob.
Okay. Okay, so that's why there wasn't a response.
I don't know whether they were communicating. And it was to his personal
Did you talk to Rob
account.
Dew?
I did talk to Rob Dew.
Did he tell you about this email?
He did not. I've not seen that email.
Okay. Well, give me 1 second here. All right. So let's go to February of 2015. February 2015, you're aware that Alex Jones published a broadcast entitled Free Speech, right?
I don't recall the date, but I do recall a title.
Free Speech, okay.
Yes.
This is, Your Honor, this is agreed to and is admitted as a broadcast Mr. Jones published on, February 12, 2015.
It is, Judge.
Sorry, what number was that?
24.
24. Okay, yes, that's already a full exhibit.
Now, you're familiar, before we play it, you're familiar with Leonard Posner, correct?
Yes.
We saw an email that he sent in January of 2013 asking Alex to stop, right?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Posner, at some point, made a complaint to YouTube about Alex Jones, right?
He did, yes.
Because Alex Jones showed a picture of his son Noah on his broadcast, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And it was a picture that Mr. Posner had taken of his son, correct?
I don't know who took it, but I know it was a picture of Noah.
And the claim that Mr. Posner made against Mr. Jones was that he was using a picture of his son without his permission, correct?
Right, a copyright claim.
Copyright.
Correct.
And that resulted in YouTube issuing a strike against Mr. Jones's YouTube channel, correct?
Right.
Mr. Jones responded by going on air and showing his audience Mr. Posner's business address, correct?
The business address for Honor, yes.
Mr. Posner had started an organization called The Honor Network,
Right.
correct?
H-O-N-R.
H-O-N-R.
Right.
And Mr. Jones went on the air and showed his audience the address and location of Mr. Posner's business, the Honor Network, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Let's play exhibit 24A, please.
There's an attempt to shut down a large venue that we reach. Let's be conservative. I say we reach 20 million people a week. It's way more than that on AM and FM, YouTube, and hundreds of other platforms, Boxy, Roku, Global Shortwave, the list goes on and on. But YouTube is 10% of that. And we get 5, 6, 7, 8 million views a week just on our one channel. Altogether, more than 10 million views a week. So see, I'm being very conservative when I say 20 million listeners or viewers a week, because just on YouTube, just on our channels, it's 10 million. Our big channel has 474 million views. You add our other channels together, it's over 600 million. You add other channels that aren't ours together, it's over 1 billion. 1 billion views just since 2008.
So this is Mr. Jones complaining to his audience about the fact that a YouTube strike against his YouTube channel could result in his channel being closed off to him, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
And what that would mean is that all that audience that he's reaching through YouTube, he might not have a chance to redirect to his store, correct?
Well, he's not getting views.
Right. And people aren't clicking on YouTube then, and he doesn't have a way to get them into the store, right? That's a problem.
It's one of the platforms by which people couldn't see the videos and then subsequently go to the store.
And that's why Mr. Jones felt the need to retaliate against Mr. Posner, correct?
Objection calls for speculation about the contents of their mind.
Overruled. I don't know if I would use the word retaliate. I know that he complained about...
What word would you use?
Well, I know that he appealed the strike decision, which is his right, and then...
I'm sorry, Ms. Paz, I asked you about the retaliation against Mr. Posner, right? So the question was, the reason that, the fact that Mr. Jones could lose business as a result of this is why he retaliated against Mr. Posner. Yes or no?
No, I wouldn't use the word retaliate.
Okay. Any other reason you can think of that Mr. Jones would have showed Mr. Posner's business address and location on a show?
I don't want to speculate as to his reasons. I didn't ask him.
Okay. Let's go to 24F, please. Wait, I'm sorry. Was that 24A we just played? Okay, I'm sorry. Let's go to 24D, please.
Let's go to the About page on the Alex Jones channel, one of many channels we have. And by the way, they're all linked together, so they take one down, they take them all down. Paul Watson's with 30-something million, another with 40-something million, another with 100 million, another with 475 million. And these videos continue to grow. So there's about 1 million subscribers, 950,000 plus subscribers on this one channel, 474 million. And let's see how many videos. Let's back out on that. It should show the number of videos that we have on the channel. It used to, I guess they're removing that stuff. There are thousands of videos on that channel.
Of those thousands of videos on that channel, how many were about Sandy Hook?
Oh, I don't know by looking at this video.
I mean, the reality is Free Speech Systems has no idea how many videos it published about Sandy Hook, correct?
I know how many videos I watched related to Sandy Hook, but is that an exhaustive list? Is that your question? I don't know.
My question was, Free Speech Systems has no idea how many videos it published about Sandy Hook, correct?
I can't say how many there are, no.
Okay, let's go to 24F, please.
Why didn't they call rescue helicopters? It's on and on.
Yeah. Why were they ambulance?
Let's just identify these guys here. On the left, with the gray beard, that's David Knight, right?
Yes.
He hosted a show on Infowars.com. He was an employee of Infowars, right?
At one point, yes.
Right. On the left, I'm sorry, the younger gentleman with the beard, that's Rob Dew.
Yes, that's Rob Dew.
That's the guy who Halbig sent that email that we just saw, right?
Right.
Okay. Go ahead, you can play it.
Why didn't they call rescue helicopters?
Exactly.
On and on and on.
Yeah.
Why were the ambulances not even at the school? They were stuck at the firehouse.
Why did they classify the investigation? They've never done that with any previous shootings. Why did they knock down the school and destroy?
Why did Mayor Bloomberg alert his people to get ready the day before for a big push?
Yeah.
They made it a felony to release birth certificates or death certificates.
Can you just pause it?
What kind of country is that where you can't release birth?
You know that's false, right?
Which part?
That it became a felony to release birth certificates or death certificates.
Right.
That's false.
Right.
Go ahead.
What kind of country is that where you can't release birth certificate and death certificate information? I mean, if there's, what have you got to hide, as they like to say to us? Why are you so concerned about privacy? What have you got to hide? But it's only if you're going after one of their, I think it looks like an operation. It looks like something went on there and it
drill
to hide.
Let's go to 24. Was that 24G or F? Let's go to 24G.
Well, I've got an article here from a guy, I think was our last caller, Michael. He's been getting all kinds of grief from Mr. Posner. Anything that comes out, social media shut down due to Sandy Hook false copyrights. What's interesting is they list the address for the Honor Network in Boca Raton, Florida. You look up the address on that, which says 908 North Dixie Highway. It is the address for a women's clothing store and a UPS, U-Haul rental place, U-Haul neighborhood dealer. So here's the 908 North Dixie Highway. There is no suite, but it's got two different buildings listed that address. One is a JJ Shop women's clothing store, and you go to the other one, same address, U-Haul neighborhood dealer. Now you go to their About Honor Network. I can go to this one right here, guys. You can leave the camera right there. Honor Network right there. It lists
They say they're in Connecticut.
It says they're in Newtown, Connecticut. But you go to that address, it's a U-Haul UPS store. I'm sorry, it's a UPS store.
So Ms. Paz, before this show, just to state the obvious, somebody decided to print out these addresses for the Honor Network, correct?
In preparation for the show, yes, they were pre-printed.
And over the desk, there's an overhead camera, right?
Right.
And so somebody knew to film that camera down right on the address. In fact, Rod Dew said, you keep that camera on, guys, and he showed him the address, right?
Right, he told them to
Right.
keep the camera on it.
Right. And all Mr. Posner had done was say to YouTube, hey, Infowars is using my murdered child's image without my permission. That's what he did, right?
That's what he did, yes.
And then they put his business address on the air to millions of their followers, correct?
Right, that's what's happening in the video.
Let's go to 24H, please.
But Brenton, finish up your point about Sandy Hook.
Sure. Yeah, it's my opinion they can't stand the slaves talking to each other, and we talk to each other over the internet. They can't control the narrative, and Sandy Hook is a blatant example of how they are manufacturing reality, and all people have to do is just go look at the evidence. It's overwhelming, and once people come to that same conclusion that I did, it's all over.
It is ridiculous. I mean, it looks like a school play. It's so badly done, but maybe that's what reality looks like. Maybe reality looks totally fake. Of course, in my experience, it looks real.
Yeah.
Reality is crisp and real. You know it when you see it, and this comes off like a bad school play.
It's just a bad school play what happened at Sandy Hook. That's what he said, right?
That it comes off as a bad school play, that's what he said, yes.
A few months later, in 2015, Free Speech Systems published yet another broadcast. New bombshell Sandy Hook information inbound, right?
Yes, again, I don't recall the date, but I do recall that title.
You do recall that from the spring into the summer of 2015, Wolfgang Halbig was coming up to Connecticut repeatedly, correct?
Yes, I recall he was here for maybe the FOIA hearings and maybe another school board meeting.
Right. And just to be clear, Wolfgang Halbig is flying up from Florida, correct?
Yes, he lives in Florida.
Using money from the fund that Mr. Jones helped to support, correct?
I don't know what funds he was using.
And each time Wolfgang Halbig came up here, Infowars sent Dan Bidandi up here to film him, correct?
Most of the times. I don't know if all of the times, but most of the times.
And what Mr. Halbig was doing up here, among other things, was attending hearings at the Connecticut Freedom of Information Commission about documents that he was seeking, correct?
Right, he had filed FOIA requests, and so he was following up on his FOIA requests.
And Infowars used this as an opportunity to continue broadcasting its lies about Sandy Hook, correct?
We were broadcasting the FOIA hearings, yes.
No. Ms. Boss, Free Speech Systems didn't broadcast the FOIA hearings themselves, did they?
Not the whole hearing, no.
Right.
Clips from the hearing.
So let's talk, this is in as a full exhibit, Your Honor, this is Exhibit 25.
Agreed.
And let's play 25B, please.
Tell us why Anderson Cooper's nose disappears, why it's blue screen. Just tell us why the people are walking in circles in and out of the building. It appears to be staged. Tell us why they said they didn't catch somebody in the woods when they did. Tell us why the school was closed before and then after, why they've sealed it all, why they've now torn it down. Tell us why Bloomberg sent an email to his people the day before saying, get ready to launch an operation to capitalize on the mass shooting. Tell us why you didn't launch the emergency helicopters. Tell us why the ambulance was parked for an hour down the road. Tell us why this appears to be as phony as a $3 bill.
This is him introducing Wolfgang Halbig, right?
I don't know. I'm not sure what comes after this. I don't recall.
These are the same false claims we've seen before, yes?
Yes, many of them are in Mr. Halbig's 16 points.
Right. The one he mentions here, tell us why there was a man in the woods. You know that in the report, the gentleman was actually identified as a parent who had come to help make gingerbread houses, correct?
Yes, I think that they pulled somebody out of the woods, but it did turn out to be a parent.
A parent.
Right.
Who had been there to come make gingerbread houses in advance of Christmas, correct?
I don't recall his purpose, but
Okay.
I do recall it was a parent that was pulled out of the woods.
Let's go to 25E, please.
Which is this?
When you've got somebody laughing, smiling on
25E.
when you've got somebody laughing, smiling, want to watch this, and then walking over going, and then starting crying for the cameras. I mean, what about the blue screen and Anderson Cooper's nose disappearing?
Absolutely. The blue screen, it's everywhere, whether it's at the firehouse, whether it's Anderson Cooper. Absolutely. They use that as a technology. It's like a movie set.
So, obviously, Mr. Jones mocking the grieving parents again to start, right?
You mean the crying?
Yeah.
Right.
That's what I mean.
Well, specifically Mr. Parker. So, but yes, that's what he was referring to.
Right. There he didn't say a bunch of parents, right?
Right.
But you know, because this is a shtick he's been doing for years, right?
He has said a bunch in the past. He has used plural in the past.
And then he talks about this green screen.
Yes.
And this is, again, getting back to remind the jury, because I don't think we've talked about it today. This interview that Anderson Cooper, CNN anchor, did shortly following the shooting with one of the parents, Veronique De La Rosa, right?
Right.
And what Alex Jones wanted his audience to believe is that there was some blue screen, like you might see in a TV studio, behind them, made to look like the new town square, but in fact, Anderson Cooper wasn't in the town square, right?
Right. I'm not sure if it was blue or green, but Right, so his contention was Anderson Cooper wasn't there and there was a green screen that made it appear that he was there.
And Wolfgang Halbig, do you know if Wolfgang Halbig knows anything about blue or green screens?
I don't. I've never spoken to him.
But then we see him go off and say, oh yeah, they were using it all over the place, like a movie set, right?
That's what he says.
Right. And that sounds similar to what Mr. Jones was saying earlier today that we saw, where he said they were scared about this total production they were putting on, right?
Sounds similar.
Okay. So let's go to 25F, please.
And I'm asking you right now, and I'm asking all your listeners, doggone it, support InfoWars. Become part of the Warriors. We need out. We need this show. We need the truth. If you find it in your heart to donate a few dollars to our legal funds, let me tell you, we have them. We have the lawsuits filed. We are closed, but we can't do it without people helping me. I'm too old for this, but I do need help. But big thing is support InfoWars, because if we don't have your voice, nobody's going to hear the truth.
Well, folks need to donate.
Folks need to donate, right? That's
You
what he
can, right, that's what he said.
said. Let's go to 25H, please.
And one more thing, with my own personal investigation with this, is you find out who Robbie Parker works for, and you start really going down the rabbit hole. Robbie Parker was a solicitor for the CHIP program.
And tell us what the CHIPS program was.
The CHIP program is you register your kids into a database.
The DNA, yeah, the Masons pushed that.
You know that Robbie Parker is a physician assistant in neonatal intensive care unit. That's his job. Did you know that?
I don't know.
But this gentleman had apparently done some investigation into Robbie Parker, right?
I don't know what he did, but that's what he said.
And you know that many, many times over the years Mr. Jones was saying Sandy Hook was fake. He would say to his audience, this needs to be investigated, correct?
Something to that effect, yes.
This needs to be looked into, correct?
Sure,
Let's look into Sandy Hook, correct?
sure.
And he would do that after he showed the slow-mo of Robbie Parker approaching the microphone the night after his child died, correct?
He's done it with various other things, but including that, yes.
Two months later, we're now on May 29th, 2015. InfoWars publishes another video, Sandy Hook, The Lies Keep Growing. Right?
I do recall that title. I don't know the date.
Okay. Well, it's been admitted as identified by that date as exhibit number 26.
Agreed.
And this will be... So, just to set this up for the jury, in addition to the Alex Jones show, InfoWars would run another live broadcast after the Alex Jones show called The Nightly News, right?
Yes.
Sometimes Rob Dew would host it, and sometimes Dave Knight would host it.
Yes.
Those are the two gentlemen we saw earlier.
Right.
Let's play 26A, please.
He's gotten very angry about this. He has been on this like a bulldog, and now after 19 months, at the end of April, he was able to finally get his first FOIA hearing. We're going to talk to him live after this interview, but Dan Badandi went to the first FOIA hearing and talked to Wolfgang Halbig after that.
Dan Badandi, Infowars.com. We're in Hartford, Connecticut with Wolfgang Halbig. How you doing, sir?
Good. Thanks for coming all the way up here and taking a look at what's happening today. It is, you know what, that is the classic word in Connecticut. It's unbelievable how they play with the law, they manipulate it, they play with it, and people laugh about it. These witnesses from Connecticut, they think it's funny. I don't think it's funny. That's a filthy, deplorable looking school. It's a toxic waste dump, and they ought to be ashamed of themselves.
This is Dan Badandi here on the left, right?
Yes, that's him.
You see he's holding a microphone with the InfoWars logo on it?
I see that, yes.
And he was sent by InfoWars to this hearing to create this content that InfoWars then aired, correct?
To record footage at the hearing, yes.
Including this, correct?
Right.
which David Knight then aired to Infowars Follow.
Right.
Right? Okay. If Dan Bidandi hadn't gone up there to film this with and by the way, he had an Infowars cameraman with him.
Correct.
Right. That gentleman's name is Kevin LaPrade, right?
I can't remember his name, but he was our cameraman.
Right.
Right.
And if Infowars doesn't send Dan Bidandi up there, Wolfgang Halbig's face isn't going out to millions and millions of viewers, correct?
I mean, at least live at the hearing. I mean, I don't know if he would have called in after that or what. I mean, I don't want to speculate as to what would have happened, but there wouldn't have been live footage from it.
Is Free Speech Systems aware of any other camera crew, media organization, or anything of any type that was offering Wolfgang Halbig interviews up in Connecticut?
At the hearings?
What started the hearings?
No, there was nobody else at the hearings.
Okay. Let's go to, still in the same exhibit, 26B.
It's got to stop. It's got to stop here, and it's got to stop now.
Absolutely. And I want to thank you for your time, Wolf, and I want to thank you from Patriot to Patriot for your great and hard work. And folks, again, you ask the real questions, you get ignored completely. It's unreal, really is. Truth is definitely stranger than fiction. This is Dan Bidandi for Infowars.com.
Let's go to 26C, please.
For all of recorded history, civilizations around the world praised the health benefits of silver. At Infowars Life, our mission is to bring you the highest quality, purest, cleanest, effective colloidal silver on the market today.
So this is an ad that ran right after this segment with Halbig, right?
That's what it appears to be, yes.
Selling colloidal silver.
That's what it looks like, yes.
Okay. Now, Wolfgang Halbig had multiple hearings up here, correct?
Yes.
And each one, Infowars sent Infowars sent Dan Bidandi. Yes?
Right, I don't know if he came to all of them, but certainly most of them.
Before we get to the next hearing, though, I'd like to show you exhibit number. You're aware, Ms. Paz, that at one point, one of the things that Mr. Halbig sent to Infowars to support his claim that the children who were murdered at Sandy Hook were still alive was a photograph, correct?
He had emailed a photograph, yes.
And it was a photograph of Newtown children performing at the Super Bowl, correct?
Yes.
The Newtown Children's Choir went to sing at the Super Bowl, yes?
Yes.
So Halbig sends in an email to Infowars of a picture. Let's pull that up. This is agreed to, Judge. This is 145.
That is a full exhibit.
Agreed. And we see here at the bottom, Wolfgang Halbig sends to Nico. Again, Nico was Mr. Jones's producer of the Alex Jones Show. Nico, the picture of the Sandy Hook Elementary School choir is one of the keys. Other pictures are great for discussion. These are about the CT crime pictures. The same day, Nico gets back to him. The same day. Got the Super Bowl picture. Thank you for sending. We will be calling you on Skype at 1 p.m. Eastern. How long will you be available for the interview today? And Wolfgang Halbig says, as long as you and Alex can put up with me, right?
That's what it says, yes.
And Mr. Halbig explained that what the Super Bowl picture showed is that some of the children who had actually been sent to the Super Bowl to sing were the same children who had allegedly been murdered at Sandy Hook, correct?
That was his contention in the photo, sending the photo, yes.
And we heard Mr. Jones's contention earlier that there are pictures of children they say who died who are still alive, correct?
I heard him say that, yes.
So that's a claim they share, isn't it?
I don't know if they're referring to the same thing, but
You don't know which picture Mr. Jones saw.
correct. I don't know what he saw or is referring to.
Actually, there couldn't have been any picture, because Free Speech Systems acknowledges that the children were murdered on December 14, 2012, correct?
Free speech does admit that, yes.
Right. This is May 2015. I'm sorry, March 2015, right?
That's what it says, yes.
The email we saw that Halvig had sent to Michelle, mother of Josephine, was in early 2015, correct? I'm sorry, late 2014.
I think it was in December 2014.
Right.
I think that's what it was.
So December 2014, Infowars receives an email that Halvig had sent to a mother who lost a child that we saw. In March 2015, he claims that the children who were murdered were actually at the Super Bowl. And then just a few days later, March 6th, Infowars receives yet another email from somebody warning them about Wolfgang Halvig, correct? This is Exhibit 146, already in evidence, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor, it's a full exhibit. Agreed.
You've seen this email before, right?
I'm sorry, can you zoom in on it a little bit? Thank you.
Let's bring up the first portion. It's from a gentleman named R. Darren Brumfield, right?
Yes, I see that. I have seen this, yes.
March 5th, 2015. And Mr. Brumfeld says, Madam or Sir, I'm in my final semester of law school. I listened to the Wolfgang Halvig video, and some significant alarm bells went off. I also wrote on the YouTube page, but I copy and paste here. And he says, okay, just so I get this straight, starting at 3130, he, referring to Halvig, filed his lawsuit in Seminole County in Florida. Not federal court in Florida, but in state court. There's a legal requirement called standing. He does not have any standing to sue in Seminole County. He was not a party in the shooting in any fashion. And what Mr. Brumfeld is saying is that the claims that Mr. Halvig was making about some lawsuit he was filing seemed to this gentleman, who was a law student, to be ridiculous, correct?
It looks to me like he's providing his opinions as if he did file this lawsuit there, it doesn't belong there, it's not the proper forum.
Right. And the bottom paragraph says, this man seems to be grasping and stretching. No judge in their right mind would do such a thing as he describes, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. And so fair to say that what this gentleman is doing is calling into question Wolfgang Halvig's credibility, correct?
He's calling into question some things about the lawsuit that he said he filed.
Right.
That's what that means to me.
And then if we go up to the top portion, Nico sends this email to Rob Dew, right?
Yes, it was forwarded.
Some comments on Halvig's last interview from a lawsuit, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
After receiving this, Infowars continued to have Halvig on the show and continued to air his false claims, correct?
He appeared after this, yes.
Can we approach briefly, Judge?
Yes. Thank you, Attorney Pattis.
Then on March 10th, so that was dated March 6th, right?
I believe so, yes.
On March 10th, this will be Exhibit 147, Halvig sends Free Speech Systems another email. that he sends to yet another Sandy Hook parent, correct? You see this here? Wolfgang Halbig sending an email to Scarlett. Do you see that?
I see it, yes.
Scarlett is Scarlett Lewis, correct?
Yes.
The mother of Jesse Lewis, who was murdered at Sandy Hook.
Right.
The subject that he chooses to put in is, how could you as a mother stop and buy your special brand of coffee on December 14th, 2012, when you heard as a mom that shots had been fired at the Sandy Hook school?
That's what it says, yes.
And then he says, Scarlett, it is just a matter of time, and all that money you have has to be returned. How could you even stop to buy your coffee? And you bought coffee for 2 other people. What kind of mother does that? Especially when you on the news tell everyone how you ran across the fire department parking lot. If you did, you would have spilled the coffee. Do some serious soul searching, because the scam is up. That's what he wrote, right?
That's what it says, yes.
And he sent this to Infowars, correct?
Amongst other people, yes.
Right. Infowars was the only recipient who continued to have Mr. Halbig on the air to an audience of millions, correct?
I don't think anybody else had him on the air, but right.
This is all within a matter of a couple of weeks in March, correct?
Yeah, it's a very short time period.
And then in May 2015, they published that video we just saw. Sandy Hook, the lies keep growing, correct?
I believe so, yes. I believe that's the date.
And then in June 2015, they sent Dan Badandi back up to cover the next hearing in Connecticut, correct?
Right, he came up to cover another hearing. I just don't recall the date.
Okay. Well, let's show you exhibit number 153.
That is a full exhibit. Agreed.
Pull up that first part there. This is Dan Badandi to Rob Dew, right?
That's what it says, yes.
June 3rd, 2015, right?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. And let's go down to the email. And you'll see that what Dan Badandi is sending, Rob, you've seen this email before, right?
I think so, yes.
What Dan Badandi is sending to Rob Dew is his video footage that he and his cameraman had captured while they were up in Newtown, correct?
That's what it looks like, yes.
Okay. And he did. He sent Infowars that raw footage, didn't he?
That's what it looks like, yes.
All right. This is exhibit 27. It is admitted.
Yes, it's a full exhibit. Agreed.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, one moment.
Judge, could we not take a copy of this?
You got the Sandy Hook, that you talk to police there. Sir, you went into your retirement 12 hours ago?
Wow, retirement, huh?
You guys said program Sandy Hook?
That person that Dan Badandi is following behind, that's the chief of the Newtown Police Department, correct?
I believe that's true, yes.
This is 2015, but Chief Kehoe was the chief of the Newtown Police Department on the day of the shooting, correct?
Correct.
He responded to the scene of the shooting, did he not?
I believe he did, yes.
Retirement, huh? Wow.
We need to take the afternoon recess now.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so we will take a 15-minute recess. We will be back in session right at 2:15. Ron, you will take care of your notebooks and just keep obeying the rules of juror conduct.
All right.
Welcome back, everyone. And the record will reflect that the entire panel has returned. Be seated. You may inquire whenever you're ready, Attorney Madden, take your time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Paz, before the break, I apologize that I didn't realize we were getting into our break. I had already started playing the video. And so let's just reorient the jury with the video that we were watching. This is video footage that Dan Badani and the Infowars cameraman shot on June 3rd, 2015 in Hartford, correct?
Right.
When they were attending a Freedom of Information Commission hearing that had been scheduled to address Mr. Halbig's request for documents.
Right.
Correct?
Yes.
And as we were breaking, Dan Badani was following the former chief of the Newtown Police Department, who had been called there as a witness, out of the room, correct?
Right.
We're going to start that video from the beginning, and we're going to watch it all the way through.
Sorry, you put in for your time 12 hours ago?
Wow, retirement, huh?
You guys trying to cover up Sandy Hook?
Retirement, huh? Wow.
No, we know you guys have correspondence with the police.
No, just speak to us.
Good time for retirement. Good time for retirement.
Good time.
Perfect time for retirement.
Just speak to us.
Seeing this live, folks, right here. We got Sandy Hook Police Chief right here, put in for his retirement.
Okay, for his retirement.
He's not answering the questions and he's leaving the hall.
Retirement, huh?
Attorney Frank Cobb, do you know about this chief putting his retirement for a while ago? How do you guys feel that you're part of a massive cover-up, hiding the truth from Sandy Hook? Then you see the live, folks, right there. You see people defending criminals.
He's blocking out the path down the stairs. This is
yeah,
you gotta go in. Right down the way stairs, buddy. What's this guy's name again? He's the criminal. They're blocking our path down the walkway. And there's.
They ain't gonna block us. My way, but where are you leaving? What is that?
Criminal corrupt piece of shit motherfucker. What, retirement, huh?
Sorry, please, retirement.
How's your retirement gonna do?
Are you trying to cover up Sandy Hook? We know you had communication with the helicopter, that's protocol, sir.
Yeah.
I'm a pilot myself, so you're not following over.
Oh, thank you.
You know, the information's gonna come out, you know that, right? You people going to jail, you might understand.
Will! Retirement, wow. That's great. I hope you enjoy that retirement.
So are you retiring due to the fact that Sandy Hook was covered? So you went around the police chief of Sandy Hook there in Newtown, Connecticut? He's covering up the whole operation. They had communication with the helicopter, the line on the stand. That's perjury, sir. You know what perjury is?
You got nothing to hide, just speak to us, sir.
Yes, you got nothing to hide, just speak
Take
to
a
us.
moment to speak with us. You're a public official.
Sir, you know you're live on the air, right? Who was holding the way of security from that signal?
You got nothing to hide, just speak to us.
I'm going to jail, criminal.
Truth is out there.
You're going to jail, criminal.
Oh,
I'm going to retirement. And you, sir, have defended criminals. How do you feel about that? You know, this guy here is somebody out of Central Casting, I'm telling you. This is the exact person that they would hire to represent criminals, folks. The Sandy Hook truth is coming out, you people going to jail. You can smile all you want, you're going to jail for fraud. Plain and simple.
Oh, you're looking at his credentials, Dan Badani, Infowars.com, the #1 alternative news source in the world.
Live right on here. What do you have to say about defending criminals?
What you say?
So we know you're lying. The chief lied on the stand, you had the cops, they're lying about the right to people. But you can't answer one of those things,
Well,
video takes bucks.
the truth will be revealed, it always is, my man. So,
Why did you deny the helicopter pilot being here twice when you subpoenaed you had no authority to dismiss him from the state? They're not telling the people that, folks. Now, he dismissed the helicopter pilot twice under subpoena. That's against the law, folks.
this guy's walking our way in the stairs. That's where we're coming
This will
down.
get Wolfman.
Yeah.
But make no mistake about it, you will be going to jail. You're a bunch of frauds, a bunch of criminals.
Enjoy your Federal Reserve notes now, scumbags.
Now, see those people, folks, that holding up Sandy Hook.
Sandy Hook was an info.
What we just saw was Infowars reporter Dan Badani and Infowars cameraman doing that, correct?
Yes.
And Infowars streamed this live, correct?
You mean recorded it live or put it on the platforms live?
I mean, they streamed this live as it was happening, correct?
I'm not sure whether it was live streamed. I know that portions of this were played on the video segment that we saw earlier, but I'm not really sure if it was live streamed.
You haven't read Mr. Jones's deposition about that, have you?
Right.
Okay.
And I think we talked about this.
So it's Free Speech Systems, corporate representative, having watched this, is testifying that there is a possibility that we may have aired this live to our hundreds of millions of audience members, correct?
I don't know either way. I can't say.
Attacking police chief of Newtown, calling him a fraud, correct?
He says that on the video, yes.
And forgive me, a crooked, corrupt, piece of shit motherfucker.
He did say that, yes.
And he said, you're live on the air, Infowars.com, right?
He said that, yes.
The world's #1 alternative news site, right?
He said that, yes.
Nice little advertisement, correct?
I mean, I don't know if it was intended to be an advertisement, but he said it, yes.
And Dan Badani, former professional wrestler, correct?
I believe he was, yes.
This is exactly the type of stuff that Mr. Jones liked using Mr. Badani, correct?
I'm sorry, what are you referring to?
Mr. Badani was so valuable to Mr. Jones because he was willing to engage in this type of near violent confrontation with people, correct?
I don't know if I would term it violent, but I'm aware he has used certain terms in connection with Mr. Badandi and adjectives describing Mr. Badandi.
Right. He's described him as a wild man, correct?
Yes.
He's described him as the Kraken, right?
I believe he said release the Kraken or something.
Release the Kraken.
Correct, yes, I've seen him say that.
Right. In fact, let's play that. What is a Kraken?
I think it's referring to mythology.
Right. It's a mythological monster, correct?
That's my understanding.
Let's play Exhibit 11, already in evidence. It's comments made by Mr. Jones 2 years earlier about Dan Badani.
Do you know what we privately say about Badani when we see him on a mission? What? Release the Kraken.
Mr.
Jones sent Mr. Badani on a mission here, didn't he?
He was sent there to record that, yes.
And he released Mr. Badani to come up here and to do exactly what he did, correct?
Objection to the form of the question, Judge.
Sustained.
And when Infowars, when Rob Dew, actually let's be real specific about this. When Rob Dew saw this video, he invited Badani back on for an interview to give him the whole rundown on it, right?
I believe so, yes.
Infowars aired that footage, right?
The footage of the interview?
No. The footage we just saw.
Oh, yes. As I said earlier, there were clips that were aired in one of the broadcasts.
Clips of Mr. Badani harassing those people, correct?
Some of those clips, plus some of the clips from the FOIA hearing. So, some of the clips.
And what Mr. Halbig and what Mr. Badani were doing up there is exactly what Mr. Jones has been encouraging his audience to do. Investigate, right?
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
This is exactly the type of investigation that Mr. Jones encourages his audience to do when he talks about Sandy Hook.
You mean, is he encouraging people to be followed? I don't know that. I don't know.
So, what later happened, that was June 3rd, just to remind everybody, that's June 3rd, right?
I believe so, yes.
July 7th, 2015, 2.5 years out from Sandy Hook, if my math is correct. They re-air footage about this hearing, correct? And they entitled it, Retired FBI Agent Investigates Sandy Hook. Remember that one?
I do remember that one, yes.
Actually, I'm sorry, that's only part of the title. I think you'll remember this. It's Retired FBI Agent Investigates Sandy Hook, Mega Massive Cover.
Yes.
And that was one of Mr. Jones's titles. He titled that one, we know that.
I think he did.
So let's play Exhibit 28A.
That is a full exhibit, Your Honor.
Agreed.
No emergency helicopters were sent. The ambulances came an hour and a half later and parked down the road. DHS an hour and a half later with a timestamp put up signs saying sign in here. They had porta potties being delivered within an hour and a half. It looked like a carnival. Looked like a big PR stunt. Came out that Bloomberg, a day before, sent an email out to his gun control groups in all 50 states saying, prepare to roll. We're a major operation coming up. That came out in the news. We have the emails from city council back and forth at the school talking about it being shut down a year before. We have the school then being demolished and the records being sealed. We have videos that look just incredibly suspicious, where people are laughing and everything, and they start huffing and puffing and start crying on TV, which is pure acting method. You got a degree, Rob, in theater. I mean, this is something that even lay people notice. So I began to investigate. They had a weird anti-terrorism unit from the state nearby with men in the woods, which were on video from helicopter. Then they said that didn't exist. And so we'll recap some of the history of this. But now, your uncle, John Dew, Navy SEAL, retired FBI agent, works for a successful security company. I had missed this episode of the Nightly News back on June 4th. And then again last week when you did an update. And then I heard you talking about it yesterday. I knew that we sent our reporter, Dan Badani, there for days to cover the city council hearings about it, and the fact that they're sealing everything. And then you just said, oh yes, and that's why I'm trying to get my uncle to tell me more, because he's been in John Gotti hearings and been involved in huge cases, a pretty prominent FBI agent before he retired. And in his words, he said he's seen the most secretive mafia stuff ever, and he's never seen people more close-lipped. He's never seen something where it basically stinks. And we'll use his words, but the headline here is retired FBI agent investigating Sandy Hook. I mean, that was just amazing to me that so much goes on around here that I miss some of what's happening. Next time a former Navy SEAL FBI agent, I don't care if it's your uncle, is investigating something like this, we want to hear about it. I want to try to get him on. I know he's going to get heat probably, and they'll probably try to threaten him, but really kudos to him. I mean, you told me that he went and investigated it because other insiders said you need to go look at this. I guess people currently in the FBI aren't allowed to. But man, the fix is in. So Rob Duke, tell us about your uncle. Tell us about all this. I wish we'd gotten more than a 2-minute interview with him, with Badandi. Badandi did a great job. I just wish I had known about this. I would have gone up there. Halbig tried to get me to go. I just am trying to launch the TV network and the new website and everything else. But I mean, this is just so big.
Okay. You see the picture that they're showing there?
Yes.
That's Badandi, right?
Yes.
He's wearing the same shirt that we just saw in the video we just saw, right?
Yes.
You heard Mr. Jones say Badandi had done a great job, right?
That's what he said.
Right. And I just want to, there were a couple of maybe new ones in there that we're talking about, or that he was saying. Did you hear there where Mr. Jones said, we got the records and the emails showing that the school had been closed, between the town officials showing that the school had been closed the year before, right?
Yes, I heard him talk about emails relating to the school being closed, yes. I don't know what he's referring to.
That's a lie.
I've never seen any such thing.
Right. And you had every opportunity to ask Mr. Jones about that. He had every opportunity to tell you, right?
About what he was referring to?
About the records and emails that he was claiming to his audience of millions exist, and that proved that the school was closed the year before.
I didn't ask him about that specific claim. I did ask him about the claim about the school being closed, but I didn't ask him about emails and such relating to the school being closed.
Wait a second. You asked him about the school being closed?
I asked him what basis he had for saying the school was closed.
Okay. And he didn't tell you about the emails and the school records going back and forth between town officials?
That's not what I got from him, no.
Right. Certainly, those emails and records would be shocking to see, right?
If there were any, yes.
We heard another claim in there that might be new to the jury, and that is men in the woods. Men in the woods. Did you hear that?
I heard him say that, yes.
And at some point in the afternoon of December 14, 2012, there was helicopter footage showing people in the woods, correct?
Right, yes.
Many hours after the shooting had taken place, correct?
I'm not sure of the exact time, but
You don't know that it was in the afternoon?
I don't know the exact time.
Okay.
But the shooting was in the morning, and it was some hours later.
And the state police report makes clear that those were reporters that had gotten a little bit too close to the school, correct?
I don't know if they were reporters. I know that they were talking about a man in camouflage a couple of times being pulled out of the woods. But I don't recall it, whether it was ultimately a reporter or not.
Did you ask Mr. Jones about that?
About
This claim that there were men in the woods?
yes, I did, and do you want me to continue? I asked him about the man in the woods, and his claim was, I saw footage of them taking a person out of the woods.
He saw footage of them taking a person out of the woods. That's what he saw.
Exactly.
You've never seen that footage, have you?
I saw the same aerial footage that they had viewed. Or
Which,
aired, rather.
to be clear, does not show anybody being taken out of the woods, correct?
I don't think that it shows anybody being pulled out of the woods. There's some helicopter footage of people running around in the woods. But other than that,
correct?
I don't know who they were.
All right, fair enough. Free Speech Systems has no idea who they were.
Correct.
All right. So let's pull up that, I'm sorry, let's pull up that picture again. That was Dan Badandi, and a gentleman whose hand was shaking. If you stopped it, that's okay. If we can get it, that's great. In any event, you also heard from most of that clip we just saw, Alex Jones repeatedly praising the decorated career of an FBI agent who was purportedly now investigating Sandy Hook, correct?
Rob Dew's uncle, yes.
Rob Dew's uncle. And he said, this is Rob Dew's uncle, FBI agent is now investigating Sandy Hook. There he is. This is the gentleman that they were claiming was Rob Dew's uncle, correct?
Right on the left-hand side.
The older gentleman.
Yes.
Let's see if I can remember. Rob Dew's uncle, retired FBI agent, right?
That's what he said, yes.
Investigated John Gotti, right? This is like a major mob figure.
I think that's what he said, yes.
Right. And just generally extolling just how significant this gentleman was as an FBI agent, correct?
That's what he said.
Now, have you read Rob Dew's deposition?
Which one?
The deposition he gave here in Connecticut.
I think I did.
Right. And so you recall that I asked Rob Dew what he actually, and you saw Rob Dew sitting right next to Alex Jones as he was saying all that, right?
Yes.
And I asked Rob Dew to tell me about his uncle's career, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Rob Dew said he could have been a janitor for all I know, correct?
I believe he said something to that effect. They weren't close. I asked him about that as well in my conversation. They weren't very close.
But the sworn testimony he gave when he was under oath and not at the studio was that as far as he knew, his uncle might have been a janitor for the FBI, right?
I think that's what he said.
In 2016, November 2016. Actually, you know what? I'm sorry. I think there was one more clip I wanted to play there. Yeah. 2018, please.
Nobody acts like.
It's 101, they're covering it up.
And he goes, nobody acts like that if they're on.
It's like if a cop pulls you over and you're busy cramming stuff under the seat.
Right, saying, don't worry, hold on, I'm looking for my license or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, nobody has the proper paperwork. Nobody can deliver it. They deliver videos without timestamps from police squad cars. There's videos without timestamps that they give to them and say, these are the copies from the squad car. Yet you go online and you can see squad car video from the same squad car and it's got time code on it. So how did they give him video without time code and he's viewing it at the police station?
This is mega massive cover up.
It's crazy.
What Rob Dew was talking about there is actually Wolfgang Halbig's claim that the city of Newtown had withheld documents from him, correct?
Right. One of his claims was that.
Sorry, I just want to make sure. In response to my question, you agree that what Rob Dew was talking about there was Wolfgang Halbig's claim that the city of Newtown had withheld documents from him.
He did claim that, yes.
And you're aware that the State of Connecticut Freedom of Information Commission concluded in 2015 that the city of Newtown had complied with all of its obligations and provided Mr. Halbig with all documents that it had that he had requested, correct?
Yes.
So let's go to November. So before we do that, mega massive, retired FBI agent investigates Sandy Hook, mega massive cover up. That's what we just saw. That was July 7th, 2015, right?
Yes.
Let's pull up Exhibit 156. It's a full exhibit, remember?
Yes, it's a full exhibit.
It's the day after that airs. If we pull up the I think we can just start at the top on this one. Okay, this is an email from Rob Dew to Dan Badandi, right?
Yes.
Okay, let's go down. And now I think I do need to see the first email because thanks, sorry. Let's go down to the first one, yeah. Okay. Dan says, when you get a chance, send me the Ustream account info. The hearing starts at 2 p.m. Eastern, right? So I figured we could stream at 1/4 whenever you want us to. That's what Dan Badandi says to him, right?
That's what it says, yes.
All right. Let's go back up. Great. And here we have Rob Dew sending to Dan Badandi the login information for the Alex Jones channel, live channel, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
And Rob Dew is giving Dan Badandi instructions, correct?
Instructions on how to get on the Ustream app.
Right. Let me pull that down. Let's go to Exhibit 157.
It's also a full exhibit. Agreed.
Thank you. So you can see just chronologically here, we're now 2 months later. This is September of 2015, right? See this?
Yes, I see it.
This is an email from Louis S. to Travis Knight, Rob Dew, and Darren, right?
Yes.
Okay. Louis, you know, is Louis Sertuki, correct?
Yes.
He's a social media manager for Infowars, yes?
I believe so, yes.
Still employed there.
I think he is, yes.
Darren McBreen, that's Darren, longtime employee of Infowars, right?
Right.
You met with him, right?
I don't know if I met with Darren. No.
And let's go down to the email, and let's pull it out a little bit so we can just see the list here. And the subject is video files for Facebook upload, correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
So what's happening here is Mr. Sertuki sent Rob Dew, Travis Knight, and Darren a request. Can I get these videos for future strategic Facebook uploads, right?
That's what it says.
Okay. And if you go down to the very bottom, you see the last one? Why people think Sandy Hook is a hoax.
Yes, I see it.
That's the January 27th, 2013 video that they published, that Mr. Jones published, correct?
I think it's the same one, yes.
And the reason Mr. Sertuki wanted that was so that he could strategically upload this video to Facebook, correct?
Well, that's what the email says. It was a list of videos he wanted to upload to Facebook.
Nearly 3 years after the shooting.
That's what the email says.
Let's go back out of that. I'm sorry, and now we can go to the top one. And Darren just asked Rob Dew, any luck finding these? That's the question, right? That's that email?
Yes.
All right. Let's go to exhibit number 158.
Full exhibit. Agreed.
This is September 2015. And this is, yep, do that. An email from Buckley Hammond. We remember that's Alex Jones' cousin, yes?
Yes.
And to a gentleman named Corey Jones at Glock.us, correct?
Yes.
And copying Joe Biggs. Joe Biggs at this time was an Infowars employee as well, correct?
At that time, yes.
And what's happening here is that Buckley is saying, hello, Corey, right?
Yes.
And he's saying, I have to apologize. I drafted an email with all the metrics data in it, and then it sat in my drafts. I thought I had sent it. Thanks for your patience. We are eager to continue our discussions. Please find the relevant metrics information attached in the zip file.
There's a text file that has a legend that describes the various charts and spreadsheets. Please pass this on to your analytics guys and anyone else who cares to analyze it. Buckley, right?
Yes.
And then if you go back to the top, Joe Biggs looks like he's forwarding the attachment to Mr. Jones, correct? That is Corey Jones.
Yes, that's what it looks like.
All right. And Glock, Glock is a firearms manufacturer, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And they were an advertiser with Infowars, yes?
I believe so, yes.
So what Buckley is doing here is sending somebody at Glock information related to their advertising relationship on Infowars, yes?
That's what it sounds like from the email.
Now let's go to exhibit number 160.
That's a full exhibit.
Agreed.
You see here an email from Paul Watson. Now that name is going to be familiar because that's the individual who sent the response to Len Posner on July 29th of 2013. Right? Do you remember that?
I do remember that, yes.
Right. And you testified yesterday that Paul Joseph Watson was opposed to the lies that Mr. Jones was telling about Sandy Hook, correct?
He did not think that we should talk about Sandy Hook anymore.
And now here we are, 3 years after the shooting, almost to the day, yes?
Very close, yes.
And he's sending an email with the subject Sandy Hook.
That's what it says, yes.
All right. And let's go down to the body of the email. And he's sending it to, sorry if I said this, he's sending it to Buckley, Alex Jones's cousin, correct?
Yes.
And Anthony Gucciardi, correct?
Yes.
Anthony's an Infowars employee and also...
Objection. Anthony, please remain for a moment.
Is there an objection to the question?
Yes. Assumes the fact, not an evidence.
Okay, but I don't need to speak about it. So I asked her if he was an employee of Infowars, and I believe she said yes.
I think he is. I don't know if he's a current employee, but at the time he was an employee.
Okay, thank you. And Paul Watson says, sent this to Alex, right?
That's what it says, yes.
Alex Jones, right?
That's presumably what it means.
And he says, this Sandy Hook stuff is killing us. It's promoted by the most batshit crazy people like Rents and Fetzer, who all hate us anyway. Plus it makes us look really bad to align with people who harass the parents of dead kids. It's going to hurt us with Drudge and bringing in bigger names into the show. Plus the event happened 3 years ago. Why even risk our reputation for it?
That's what it says.
And that's what Mr. Watson is saying he sent to Alex, correct?
He said he sent it to Alex, yes.
And James Fetzer is a guy who wrote a book, Nobody Died at Sandy Hook, right?
He did, yes.
And in fact, Infowars promoted his book on its website, correct?
I think they may have posted something to it on the website, yes.
Right. Same way they were promoting Halbig's website, correct?
Similarly, yes.
And you recall an email that Rob Dew sent to James Fetzer saying, let us know if you get a bump in downloads of your book, right?
I don't remember an email.
Okay. Let's go to exhibit number 164. This is now moving into 2016, okay?
Then it's a full exhibit.
Agreed.
By the way, did you ask Alex Jones about that email that we just showed?
I didn't. I talked to
The answer is no?
Mr. Watson about it. No, I didn't ask Alex about it.
But you asked Mr. Watson about it?
I did speak to Mr. Watson via Zoom, and I asked him about his email.
Why did you ask Mr. Watson about it, but not Alex Jones?
It was really hard to talk to Alex about every single topic.
So is your answer to my question that it was just too difficult to ask him?
It was. Just given time restraints and things like that.
So let's go to mid-2016. This is 164. This is an email from InfoWarsLife@gmail.com, right?
That's what it looks like, yes.
InfoWars Life, we testified earlier, is another online store owned by Free Speech Systems, yes?
Yes.
And Tim Fruget also had oversight of that store.
I believe so, yes.
And so here he's sending himself an email concerning week-over-week e-commerce dashboard, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. And the attachment he's sending is analytics, all website data, all in one e-commerce dashboard, correct?
That's what the PDF is named. Yes.
Okay. And this is being pulled, you can see here on the bottom, www.google.com/analytics. Do you see that?
Yes, it says this is a report email from Google Analytics.
So you recall earlier this morning, we were looking at all those emails, including the Google Analytics about the article, FBI says nobody died at Sandy Hook. And now 2 years later, we're still seeing Google Analytics, right?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. And if we pull out I'm sorry, are there attachments? There must be, right? Yeah. Just take a look at some of these. This is for the week of, oh, and you can see right there in the very upper left-hand corner. What does that say, Ms. Potts?
Google Analytics.
Right. And if you exit out of that, this is for the week June 20th, 2016 to June 26th, 2016, right?
That's what it says.
And here we're seeing unique purchases and new users, right?
Yes.
And we're seeing transactions by medium on the left side.
Yes, I see it.
Yep. And Magento here, that is the software provider for the new store that Alex Jones launched. We talked about earlier in 2015, InfoWarsStore.com, right?
I'm not sure. I don't know what Magento is.
Let me see if I can refresh your recollection. Does it refresh your recollection that InfoWarsShop.com,
Yes.
you know that one?
Yes.
That one had software that it ran on called 3D Cart. Does that ring a bell?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And then when they launched InfoWarsStore.com, on that website, they used software called Magento.
Okay.
Right? And those two stores they had running at the same time, just different websites, different retail stores, all InfoWars, right?
Right.
Same thing with InfoWars Life.
Right.
So this is some of the data that Tim Fruget was sending himself about the performance of the different, of InfoWars Life, yes?
That's what it looks like.
Okay. Now, has your testimony changed having seen that at all? Has Free Speech Systems testimony changed having seen that about whether it uses Google Analytics? Or, excuse me, used?
No.
Okay. Let's go to exhibit number 167. This is in.
Yes, it's a full exhibit.
Agreed. All right. This is from Adon Salazar, right?
Yes.
Just to remind everybody, Adon Salazar did the creepy Illuminati Batman articles. He did the FBI says nobody died at Sandy Hook article, right?
Right.
And he's sending this email to Rob Dew. Let's pull up just the header there. November 17th, 2016, correct?
Yes.
And he says, here's just a few of the more than a dozen articles I've done on the taboo topic.
That's what he says.
And the taboo topic here, of course, is Sandy Hook.
Yes, that's the subject.
And the reason he was sending this to Rob Dew is because Alex Jones was getting ready to broadcast a video about Sandy Hook the very next day, correct?
I don't know if that was the reason behind this email. I didn't ask about this specific email.
You know that on November 18th, 2016, the day after this email, Alex Jones published a video that he titled, Alex Jones' Final Statement on Sandy Hook.
Yes. I don't recall the exact date, but yes, I watched that video and I recall the title.
And so Free Speech Systems doesn't know whether Adon Salazar was sending some of his work to Rob Dew for use in preparing for that video, right?
I don't know. I didn't ask about this email.
Let's just make sure we can pull that down. May I have just one moment, Your Honor?
Certainly.
Your Honor, I'm going to show Ms. Paz Exhibit 255. This is the chart of videos, Ms. Paz, that you referenced before.
245?
245.
245, okay, sure.
Yeah, 245.
That is not a full exhibit.
Right, we're not going to display it. This is just for Ms. Paz's benefit. Ms. Paz, do you see that, in fact, on November 18th, 2016, Infowars did publish a video that it titled Alex Jones' Final Statement on Sandy Hook?
Yes, I see the date, November 18th, 2016. Yes.
Okay. And we are now just about 4 years on from the shooting, yes?
Almost.
The day before this, Adon had sent those links to Mr. Dew of just some of more than a dozen articles he had written on the taboo topic, yes?
That's what the email said, yes.
Okay, and then the next day, the video aired, correct?
Yes, according to the videos.
Let's pull up Exhibit 168. This is in evidence, Your Honor.
That is a full exhibit. Agreed.
Let's pull up the header there. This is from Paul Watson to Buckley Hammond, correct?
Yes,
The subject is Quantcast ranking, correct?
that's what it says, yes.
Quantcast was another software program that Infowars used to target its customers with ads after they had left the store, right?
One of, yes.
Right, so somebody comes to the store, let's say they don't buy anything, but Infowars wants to see where they go next, right?
Right, it's like retargeting.
Right, exactly. So let's say they go to InfoWarsStore.com, they put a little DNA Force Plus in the cart, but then they leave and they don't buy, right?
Right.
They might go next to, I don't know, ESPN.com, right?
Sure.
And what Quantcast does is it allows Infowars to know that they went to ESPN.com, right?
I think it'll put an ad on the next site that they're on, so that the next site they're on, they'll show an ad for the thing that they had looked at on Infowars.
There you go. Exactly
Correct.
right.
Yes.
They come to InfoWarsStore.com, then they leave, and Infowars goes, let's get them back here, we're going to serve them an ad, right? That's the idea.
Right, on another website.
And that's what Quantcast allows them to do.
Yes.
Okay, so now let's go down to the email itself. By the way, have you reviewed any Quantcast data?
I don't recall. I don't think so. I don't recall.
So let's pull up the whole first part. Yep, right there's fine. This is, okay, sorry, pull out, because I just want to make sure we reorient everybody here. Okay, so the last email in the chain is an email from Paul Watson to Buckley that says, sure, please send it again, right?
Yes.
Okay, and what he's responding to is this second email here. Go ahead, yep, perfect. That Buckley Hammond had sent him, right?
Yes.
And he says, but no, surely it's a conspiracy theory that they are trying to suppress our popularity so that the lizard people can return to the ascension pad at Sandy Hook and feast on sacrificed crisis actors. That's what he says, right?
That's what it says.
And then he has some sort of image here, correct?
Like a cartoon type picture, yes.
Get out of that. And on the very day that Buckley Hammond sends Paul Watson that email talking about sacrificing crisis actors at Sandy Hook, Alex Jones publishes his final statement on Sandy Hook, correct?
Yes, I believe that's the date.
This is 35D.
It is a full exhibit.
Corporate media was to misrepresent. Now to be clear, corporate media was to misrepresent.
Sorry, it sounded like we were having two different things going on. So why don't we start the video again and make sure that, okay.
Now to be clear, corporate media wants to misrepresent what I've said, so this is not for them. But I'm going to do my best to lay out my questions here. I've got more than 20 news articles and video clips to go over. Number one, the day before this tragic event happened, an email was sent out by Bloomberg's anti-gun group saying, prepare for a big event. But the biggest piece of evidence, the smoking gun, if you would, of a cover-up, of whatever really happened, is the Wayback Machine, the Internet Archive. We see Sandy Hook's Newtown website, K through 12, having zero traffic, 2008, 9, 10, 11, 12, and then all of a sudden, it just explodes.
Stop it.
It's impossible.
Just stop it right there. Now, Ms. Paz, you know what the Wayback Machine is, right?
It's purportedly an internet website that tracks internet traffic on whatever site you're trying to look at.
Well, let me see if I can help you here. The Wayback Machine doesn't measure internet traffic. What it does, correct me if I'm wrong, is it's a crawler that crawls across the internet, and when it comes across a website that's been changed since the last time it was there, it archives that page, right? That's what it is.
Honestly, I'm not really sure how it works, to be honest, so I can't really testify to how it works, but...
Well, but Ms. Paz, this is the smoking gun.
Objection, Judge. No foundation for further questions on this. Mr. Natty's testifying as his own expert.
Mr. Jones said this is the smoking gun, right?
This is what he's relied on for that particular claim, yes.
Right. And so you're here as Free Speech Systems, presumably to explain to this jury how it is that this Wayback Machine is some sort of smoking gun to establish that the same lie Jones had been telling for years was in fact true, right?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
All right, maybe we can just make this real quick. Ms. Paz, you know that this website here that he's saying was the Sandy Hook Elementary School website?
Yes.
You know that that wasn't the website, right?
Yes, I know that that's not the right website.
Right.
Yes.
So although Free Speech Systems can't today say anything about how the Wayback Machine works, what you are prepared to tell this jury is that the smoking gun Alex Jones was describing, that is that there was no traffic to the Newtown School website, he wasn't even using the school's website, right?
It wasn't the right website, correct?
Let's keep playing it.
Entire school system. And the word is that school system was shut down for those years. That's what the records show. They tell us.
The records. This is what we were talking about earlier. The records and emails between town officials, right?
I remember, yes.
Right. The ones that you've never seen.
Right.
And the ones that don't exist, correct?
Objection. Not seeing them, they don't exist.
Is it Free Speech Systems' position that there are records and emails establishing that Sandy Hook Elementary School was closed? Is that your position here right now?
No.
Right. Let's keep playing it.
It was open. I don't know if the moon landings were faked, but I don't put anything past these anti-gunners. And early on that day, we watched footage of kids going in circles in and out of the building. He'd be running them away from the building. Emergency helicopters weren't called.
All right. Now, we've heard this claim many times, correct?
Yes.
Kids going in circles, right?
Yes.
You wouldn't expect them to be going into the school. You'd expect them to be running away, right?
That's what he says, yes.
And he's showing this building here, right, to his audience.
Yes.
And he's telling his audience that this is the school that the kids are walking around in a drill, right?
I think that's what his claim is, yes.
Right. And this isn't the school, correct?
No, that's the firehouse.
That's the firehouse.
Yes.
Right? In fact, let's pull up the aerial photograph that we used with Bill Aldenberg yesterday. Let's pull up 399. If we do it side by side, that would be really great. And while we're doing that, Ms. Paz, you know that the aerial photographs of the school were actually included in the state's attorney's report, right?
I believe there were photos of the area in that report.
That Infowars had.
Right, the ones that were emailed to Mr. Dew, yes.
Right. Right. And so what you have here, you recognize this photo because this is a photo from the state's attorney's report, correct?
I've seen that photo, yes.
This is the school.
That is the school.
This is the firehouse, right?
Oh, yes, I see it all the way in the corner there, yeah.
This is the firehouse.
That's a close-up of the firehouse.
Infowars knew darn well that this video that it was putting out to its millions of viewers in Alex Jones's final statement on Sandy Hook was the firehouse, not the school, correct?
The form judge, Infowars is an entity. It's not Alex Jones.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, the question is whether Alex knew that they were that was the firehouse and not the school when he said that? Is that the question?
I was asking first about Infowars. Because you don't know whether Alex Jones ever looked at any aerial photographs, correct?
Correct. I don't know if he ever read the report.
You don't know if you ever read the report.
Right.
You haven't read his deposition.
Right.
What we know for sure is that this photograph was in the report, correct?
Yes, I've seen it.
Infowars had it, correct?
Yes.
You know that Rob Dew testified that he reviewed the report.
Yes.
Okay. And then in 2016, 4 years later, they're showing their audience of millions and millions that kids were going in circles around the school, except they're showing the firehouse. And Infowars well knew that, correct?
Objection to the form.
Overruled.
I don't know if Alex knew that when he aired it.
Do you want to just answer my question, yes or no? I didn't ask you about Alex.
Okay. Free speech knew it. Yes.
Let's keep playing, please, and you can back out of this.
Instead, porta potties were prepared for the press within hours of the event. I saw the helicopters that did respond, the police helicopters, saying that there were men or a man in the woods in camouflage. The media later said that was a conspiracy theory. So early on, I'm like, well, I saw local news of the guy in the woods, and they took him in custody. Now they're saying it never happened. So that shows there's some type of cover-up happening. And then I saw Anderson Cooper. I've been in TV for 20-something years. I know a blue screen or a green screen. Turn, and his nose disappeared. Then I saw clearly that they were using footage on the green screen, looped, because it would show flowers and other things during other broadcasts that were moving and then basically cutting to the same piece of footage. Then I saw CNN do fake satellite interviews with reporters clearly with the same traffic and the same cars right behind them, conducting the interview face to face.
Pause it right here.
Then we see footage of one of the reporters.
Pause it right here. Can you just, is there any way to just go back a couple seconds to when that article was up there? All right. You see this, Ms. Paz?
Yes.
Now, what Alex Jones was saying when he showed this was that one of the reasons we know this was a big media event production was because CNN had two people pretending to be in different locations and that they are actually both in Newtown, correct?
Is your question whether he's claiming that these two reporters, these female reporters, were also with Anderson Cooper for the other interview?
No.
Is that your question? I don't understand your question then.
Okay, I'll rephrase it for you. You heard what Alex Jones just said.
Yes.
What he was saying is that CNN faked where it was, that they were actually in the same location, right? You see this headline, CNN anchors fake a satellite interview in the same parking lot, right?
Yes.
And he's talking about Sandy Hook, is he saying this, correct?
He's talking about CNN and how they have done this type of thing in the past.
Wait, back it up, we'll play it again, okay?
Okay.
I asked you to just listen carefully as well.
Same cars right behind them, conducting the interview face to face. Then we see footage of one of the reported fathers of the victim, Robbie Parker.
Just pause it. Are you able to reverse it back?
Cars right behind them, conducting the interview face to face.
Please.
And then basically cutting to the same piece of footage. Then I saw CNN do faked satellite interviews with reporters clearly with the same traffic and the same cars right behind them, conducting the interview face to face.
Okay, stop it right there. Now, Mr. Jones is describing to his audience, in everything we've just seen, all of the reasons his audience should believe that this was fake, right?
Yes, I think that's the purpose of the whole segment he's doing here.
And what he's saying is that one of the reasons it was fake is because CNN had two reporters that were claiming to be in different locations, but were in fact in the same location, correct?
Right, that CNN has done this type of thing. This is one other example.
Okay, I didn't hear those words. Did you?
No, but
Okay.
that's what the purpose was to me as I understood it.
This is your own personal interpretation you're putting on it here?
That's what I saw there. That's what I think that he means by that.
Okay. But he didn't tell his audience that what he was showing here was something from May 9, 2013, an event in Cleveland, did he? You know that that's what this article is, right?
I don't know what that article is, but he doesn't really say anything about that except that these two people look like they're in the same place and they're saying they're in different places. He doesn't say anything else other than that.
Do you know, I mean, this is an Infowars article, right?
That's what it says.
Okay. And you can just hang on a second. So, do you know that this article is actually reporting on some kidnapping in Cleveland and not Sandy Hook? Do you know that?
I don't know what it's reporting on.
Okay. Why don't we get out of the side by side? Sure, that'd be great. This is 35D, or halfway through. Start right there. That's great.
Which one is this, sir?
Same one.
But if they were using footage on the green screen loop, because it would show flowers and other things during other broadcasts that were moving and then basically cutting to the same piece of footage. Then I saw CNN do faked satellite interviews with reporters clearly with the same traffic and the same cars right behind them, conducting the interview face to face. Then we see footage of one of the reported fathers of the victims, Robbie Parker, doing classic acting training where he's laughing and joking and they say, hey, we're live. And he goes, oh. And maybe that's real. I'm sure it is.
They're getting ready to make to come to the microphone, so we'll listen in. My name's Robbie Parker. My family is one of the families that lost a child yesterday in the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting here in Connecticut.
But you add it to all the other things that were happening and all the other fake news the media has been caught in. And CNN back in 1991 openly faking Scud missile attacks on Saudi Arabia and Israel when they were back in Atlanta. The satellite feeds caught them admitting that it was all fake. We'd be crazy not to question this because bare minimum, they were faking some of the shots and some of the coverage.
A cloud of something that looks like it might have been an explosion. The cloud, the white sage.
So to be clear, we point out clear chroma key, also known as blue screen or green screen, being used, and we're demonized.
Saw that last bit at the end of those two reporters in front of a structure with some glue behind them?
Yes.
What Alex Jones was saying there is one of the reasons you should believe that this interview is fake is because back in the 1990s, CNN had faked being on location, correct?
Correct.
And even that was a lie, wasn't it?
I don't know anything about that.
Let me show you. Exhibit number 295. This is not in evidence. And as it's coming up, you'll recall that what Mr. Jones said is that CNN had faked its location, pretending to be in Saudi Arabia when it was in fact in Atlanta, correct?
Right, that was the claim.
Okay. Do you see the picture in front of you, ma'am?
I do.
Okay. And you were presented with this at your deposition, correct?
Don't remember. Possibly.
I don't
Sorry, it
know
was
for your
like
honor.
6 months ago.
I don't know what it is, Judge. It's not self-authenticating. Objection, hearsay.
Which just describe what that shows.
Objection, it's not an evidence commenting on a document, not an evidence.
Trying to lay some foundation here.
You can't.
She can.
It looks like a parking lot with a building in the background.
Okay. And what do you see on that building?
Looks like there's some writing on the top, but I'm not sure what it is.
Can you detect the language that writing is? Does that look like Arabic to you?
It doesn't look like English.
Does it look like Arabic?
I'm not an expert in Arabic, so I don't want to. I don't know.
Do you see blue
Oh, it's
blue
disappeared.
panels that?
Can I get it back up?
Do you see blue panels there?
Yes, I see the blue panels.
Does that appear to be the same color blue that was in the video that Alex Jones was just showing?
Objection, Judge. Foundation.
If she knows.
I don't know if it's the same building or not.
Let's pull up 296. What about here? What do you? Does that appear to be the same building in 296, just from a different angle?
Possibly. I see blue in the background and what may be some columns or something of a building.
You also see a whole bunch of satellite dishes, correct?
That's what it looks like, yes.
Okay. Are you aware that Alex Jones in his deposition admitted?
Objection. I'll withdraw that. I'll let the rest of the question come on. And I apologize for not saying.
Are you aware that Alex Jones admitted in his deposition that actually those CNN anchors really were on location in Saudi Arabia in front of this hotel?
Was that in his last deposition?
Are you aware of it?
I am not, no.
Let's play the next clip here. Ms. Paz, if you had been given Alex Jones's deposition as you asked, you would have been able to answer that question, right?
Well, sure, if I had reviewed it, I would know what he said.
That's why you wanted it, so you could prepare yourself to testify, right?
Of course.
But they never sent it to you.
I didn't receive it, so.
Let's go to the next clip in Alex Jones's final statement on Sandy Hook. By the way, Ms. Paz, let's be clear. This wasn't Alex Jones' final statement on Sandy Hook, right?
No, he's talked about it after this.
Right. Let's go to the next clip. Alex Jones, the second clip here.
Official story of Sandy Hook has more holes in it than Swiss cheese.
There has been a shooting incident of some nature at Sandy.
Sorry, Ron, you said a problem.
That's all right.
Hold on 1 second. Let me make sure.
And Attorney Maddie, when you're done, can you just tell me what exhibit we're looking at once we get it back up?
Yes, this is Exhibit 35. And this will be 35E. That was my mistake. I didn't say that there. Okay, 35E. Thank you, Ron.
And why should anybody fear an investigation if they have nothing to hide? In fact, isn't that in Shakespeare's Hamlet? Methinks you protest too much. So here's my statement for the media when they call up saying, where do you stand on this? Where I've always stood. When there were other mass shootings, I would simply point out that they're very rare statistically, and why should we all give up our rights because some other bad person does something? A guy with a car runs over 50 people. Do we ban driving cars? It's the same thing. And there have been other instances of shootings that are very suspicious. Aurora is one. Just look into that. But this particular case, they are so scared of investigation. So everything they do basically ends up blowing up in their face. So you guys are going to get what you want now. I'm going to start reinvestigating Sandy Hook and everything else that happened with it. I'm Alex Jones signing off from Infowars.com. If you're watching this transmission, think for yourself. I know it's a thought crime. And then ask yourself, what is it so strange about Sandy Hook and that tragedy? But I will say this finally, my heart does go out to all parents that lose children, whether it's the stabbings or whether it's the car wrecks or whether it's the stranglings or whether it's the blunt force trauma or murder, firearms, whatever the case is. I'm a parent and my heart goes out to all parents that have lost children in these tragic events. And so if children were lost in Sandy Hook, my heart goes out to each and every one of those parents and the people that say they're parents that I see on the news. The only problem is I've watched a lot of soap operas and I've seen actors before. And I know when I'm watching a movie, I know when I'm watching something real. Let's look into Sandy Hook.
This is 4 years after the shooting, right?
Just about, yes.
And he's still telling his audience, let's look into Sandy Hook, right?
That's what he said on the video.
And he says it right after he tells his audience that his heart goes out to the people he sees on the news who say they're parents The only thing is, he's seen soap operas before. And he knows the difference between when he's watched a movie and when he's watching something real, correct?
That's what he said, yes.
That's what needed to be looked into, right?
That's what he said.
Attorney Maddie, anytime in the next 15 minutes.
This is just fine, Your Honor. We can end it.
All right, so we will end for the day. It was another long day. I'm not going to go and recite all the rules of juror conduct. I know that you'll abide by them and the instructions I've given you. Ron will collect your notebooks. I know you'll all be on time again tomorrow because we do like to start right at 10, so you'll get here in time for Ron to bring you down. I hope everyone has safe travels home, and we will see you tomorrow. And we are adjourned for the day.
All right.